I'll be right back, chat. Let me set up the office hours properly. All right, chat. Sorry about that. We have very special, weird office hours today. Let's see if it's actually live on Twitch, or on YouTube at least. I haven't seen that. Oh, of course YouTube didn't go up properly. It is live. Good. Awesome. I'll pull it up and watch through the chat a little bit. Oop. And out. All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to get through this pop outs and everything like that. So I screwed something up on there we go. So now I can actually read both chats, even though there's only one. Paul, this just in. My friend got boarded by an ICT strike team. What? How did you get into an ICT? Oh, maybe not in space, probably, right? In space. In the PTU, there's a capital ship gunfight over Monox, and his Polaris hangar got shot open, and a lance of Icties jumped off a cutlass into his hangar. Damn. What missed it? But why early stream this summer? So I originally was going to do this at 7 p.m., but because I was doing a captain's table earlier in the day, I figured I would just roll from the captain's table into office hours. So the result's a little earlier. Hey, Will. Intersphere or clan? Of course, it was a intersphere. There wouldn't be anything left. It was clan. All right, let's take a look at this thing. Let's take a look at this. Pre-order now because it's not. Oop, that's the wrong one. And out. So, discover the peak design, heightened functionality, and alien heritage reimagined for a new age. Welcome to the Prowler. Welcome to Prowler Utility, a new recreation for seamless hauling landing with Alpha 4.2 and available in PTU today. Like its predecessor, the new variant honors the organic design of the infamous Tavaran ship entrusted to Asperia years ago. With additional storage and comprehensive weaponry, the Prowler Utility offers much more than classic aesthetics. Timeless Tavaran silhouette, stealth and style. A unique blend of Tavaran elegance and Asperia's human touch, the Prowler Utility offers recent reverent design efforts, effortless alien beauty, and proven stealth capabilities in the hauling industry. Defensive weapon. With a size 4 pilot weapons and dual size 3 turret, and quad size 2 shields, the Prowler Utility provides the tools you need for your payload to reach safely to its destination. It has its own tractor beam? Interesting. Prowler Utility's 32 SU cargo hold is easily managed with an integrated tractor beam matching. Can you actually load with the damn thing? Practically with visual flair. So it's kind of a weird version of the Starlancer. Who would buy this? I guess if you really like alien ships. It still has drop seat capabilities too in the back. So it holds 32 SU, but you have it's in. So that's for 8, right? So 8 and 8 is 16, 32. This is more than 32. That's definitely not 1 SCU. If those were 1 SCU, then that would be like 8 SCU. Yeah, we're going to watch the behind the ships too. Because that's 8, and that's 8. That's 16. 16, 16, 32. So that's 64. But it says 32 SEU cargo. What am I missing here? It's a smuggling ship. 4 SU boxes. They're flat. They're not 8. These are flat? They don't look flat. Yes, that's 16, and there are 3 of them. There are 4 of them on one side, so that should be 32. It's showing 8 1 SCU and 1 8 SCU front to the back. And $275? Nope. For credit, it's $300. At least they have new Prowler paints. That's neat. Okay, so those are 8 SCUs. That's 16. That's 16 right there, so that makes more sense. Because 4 SCUs are flat. It's just a weird visual, I think. It wouldn't be so bad at 64 SCUs if they cut the price in half. Nah, I mean, it's a stealth ship, but it's also an alien tax thing. The price is not worth it, but it's an alien thing. At 64 SCUs at $300 wouldn't be bad because it's also, you're both paying for the stealth. And I know that doesn't matter right now, but it does in the future. Does it say advanced hauling? I don't see it says advanced hauling. Oh, advanced hauling's a title. Oh, because it's got the tractor beam. Is it smuggling ship without shielded cargo? Sure it is. If you can't see the fucking ship, you don't see the cargo. Any lore behind this version of the Prowler? Nope. It's completely made up. Basically, Asperia built it themselves. CIG doesn't pay more to develop a ship dub alien. This alien tax should only apply for in-game price. Yeah, but their reasoning behind the alien tax, because this has always been a thing, is that they want alien ships to seem rarer, so they when they sell them for cash, they mark them as higher because they want less people to buy them. No, it's not worth it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you to buy this ship. It's obviously a very niche of a niche ship, and there's no reason to purchase it. To give you context, in terms of just pure loads, the Hull A can haul twice this, and is like, you can get in game for like $1 million. Yeah, I know. It's just a corporation excuse to charge even more. Yep. It's not a cut and paste dropship. Like, majority of it is still the same. True. But like, they definitely cut out the interior. This is like a variant, like a Cutlass Blue or a Cutlass Red. It's a variant of the ship. And it still requires a lot of work. There's a lot of animation stuff they did to it. I can see that just from this looping video. So it definitely had some changes to its body that are probably more obvious if I was able to look at all of it a little bit closer, but it looks fine. It's just y'all are getting sticker shock because of how high the price is. So just don't buy it. The one thing that's really funny is that this will technically be a ICT drop ship because you could put an ICT on its cargo grid, but it'll be put on there upside down. I don't think you could be in the ICT when it goes in there, but well, because the way it holds is its cargo grid is up top, so you would attach it to the cargo grid because you can't attach atlases to the cargo grid. You can see this being useless for high risk logistics if it has stealth. Useless. You mean useful? But it's not worth the money. In game. Yeah, useful. Okay, yeah. It's not worth the cash, but that's just like all alien ships. No, because I don't think you can be in a ATLS and can't be in an Atlas while it's being stored. I think if there's nobody in it, then it can be stored. But if there's somebody in it, it can't be attached to a cargo grid. Talon is still like, let's look at the Talon. Look at the Talon real quick. I think the Talon is still insane for its price. $115. Remember, the yeah, it's $115. The Gladius, on the other hand, is $90. The Talon is just a Gladius. That's still like a $25 increase. And for that same price, you can get a Cutlass. There is no reasonably priced alien ship. They're all way expensive for what they are in terms of what they do for them. They're never beneficial. What are you going to even do with 32 SU of cargo if there's a hull A or a raft or anything else? Like I said, it's built off of the stealth chassis of the Prowler, which we don't really have a lot of stealth capabilities yet or a reason for it, but eventually it will be. You might have to melt your Perseus for this, at least until IAE. Why? You just think it's cool? But it's also a bird with an eject pod, which doesn't work. Yeah. The biggest and laziest mistake. Hold up. There. Make game devs make as humans are very complex and alien ship are super simple and singularly focused. I don't think Seiji at least fell totally into that trope. No, not really. You got to remember that the Tavaran aren't actually really alien, because the Tavaran have been part of the UEE for like officially for well over 150 years. So at least multiple generations of Tavaran have been born and raised in the UEE as UEE citizens or as basically civilians. So like the Tavaran ships might as well just be UEE ships. Yeah, nothing Perseus for a Prowler would be a little weird because the Perseus is $600 too. Am I being trolled here? Someone saying amazing Perseus competitor? What the fuck are we talking about? Am I going crazy? And the Prowler has a 10-kilometer cross-section signature. Not sure who they want it hiding from. It has for it now. They want it to be super stealthy in the future. You're trolling. Okay. Tabs have been assimilated. Yeah, basically. All right. Let's watch the video. Do I have the settings up right?
The Prowler utility is a brand new dedicated cargo ship with enhanced stealth abilities.
It trades some of its combat capabilities for more industrial uses.
If you don't want to get detected doing your cargo runs, this is the perfect ship.
This ship is for someone who wants to do cargo, who wants to remain stealthy, and who wants to look sick doing it.
The Prowler utility is different from the baseline Prowler.
Because we had to carve out extra space for the new cargo, that meant that the belly section of the ship had to increase in size just a tiny bit.
It also has a ventral size 2 remote tractor beam, which can be accessed from the pilot or co-pilot seat.
And that'll allow you to move cargo freely in and out of the ship. The base version of the ship has these feathers on the wings, which get deployed down when you land, but those are no longer really needed since the functionality is slightly different. And so what we've done now is when you land with this ship, those feathers get tucked up, giving you more space to actually move cargo around the ship freely.
It features 2 size 4 guns under the wings instead of the original 2 size 5 guns, while retaining the remote turret on top with the 2 size 3 weapons.
As the Prowler utility is a variant of the Prowler, rather than a standalone chassis, it gets to share all the cool paints between both versions. And existing Prowler owners, of course, get to benefit from all the new paints that come with the launch of this vehicle.
We've updated the lighting quite a bit in order to sort of just give a little bit more feedback to the player. We've chosen to really lean into sort of the red lighting that we've been doing on the interior of the Prowler in general and push that to the exterior. And so if you're coming down above someone, you just look like this incredibly aggressive silhouette with red lights flashing everywhere.
That looks
nasty. I think it looks awesome.
Compared to the base Prowler, we have stripped out the lower interior
by removing the main section of drop seats and replacing that with a 32 SCU cargo hold.
And added a sort of clamshell door opening on the undersides to allow easy access to the cargo bay.
It essentially looks like a face hugger, but it face hugs your cargo.
There's a new engineering room on the upper deck, which is previously where a component closet was. And it retains 3 of the 4 jump seats up front in the co-pilot foyer and replaces one of those drop seats with a storage rack for handheld cargo boxes. I'm super happy with how it turned out, and I'm excited to see the feedback from players and how they end up using it in the game.
We wanted to try and come up with an arrangement of the cargo hold and the tractor beam in such a way that you could potentially swoop in and grab cargo that maybe necessarily doesn't belong to you. My dream would be to just see a bunch of people stealing other people's cargo with this thing in the dead of night and just flying off into the distance without ever landing, which would be super sick.
I'm just super excited that we get to launch a more accessible version of the Prowler, which I think is a fan favorite visually, but has just never had its time in the verse. So hope to see lots of these flying around now.
I like it. Not worth $300, but I like it. It's $275 cash, $300 credit. Yeah. I may have to go to there because they probably haven't updated the SCL yet. Yeah, they haven't updated it yet. What is the Prowler's price anyways, the regular Prowler? $440? Holy fuck. Yeah, there's no way this is gonna be $50. That ship that size with that stuff, no, it was no, like the best case scenario would be like $200. Like, don't get me wrong. I think this might actually be a ship I get personally because A, it still is able to hold other people. It's got like, so you have 5 people total can be in it, which is the perfect number of people for like your typical Star Citizen excursion. It can hold 32 SEU of cargo, which is nothing to snip at for basically a drop ship. In a unique configuration with its own tractor beam. And it can also hold ATLSs. So like I could see its use, just not for $300. Prowler keeping its worst title in all of its variants. $110 for a Cuddy Black. True, but a Cuddy Black is also not stealth. It's just its price is too high. But you know, same thing with the Cuddy Steel. Cuddy Steel was what, $300? Not worth it. It may as a secondary role of helping to load, unload larger cargo vessels and maybe drugs illegal cargo to put in the Prowler. I can see it being used as a combat pirate ship. Like their whole like, oh, this could be stealing the dead of night, but like how many ships have stealth, some teeth, and a cargo bay? Like very few. So I could see it being used by that, but it's a niche ship for a niche role. Yeah, I could see it being transporting mechs too. Like I could see it being a way you can stealthily insert a team of Icties. Hey, Mopar. Yeah, Prowler utility makes sense because it's more than just hurrying stuff. It is also, but I would imply that it uses, it's a data running ship, which it's not. And good Thursday to everyone. By the way, I wasn't expecting office hours this early. Well, I was doing captain's table. We did a special captain's table early, so I figured I'd just do office hours right afterwards. Did I not update it? I probably forgot to update the title. I did, sort of. What's my dream raid in Star Citizen? My dream raid would be not a raid particularly, because it would probably be an actual mission. but it would be to hunt down Yeah, you kind of missed a captain's table because there was a captain's table. The stream info failed to update. That's strange. Eh. Well, when stuff gameplay is in, I may consider it just like I consider a Hawk when BH2 900 too. Yeah, it's a ship that's built for, because the ship team takes a long time. I think X said 16 months for any ship to be created and completed. This ship was being built for this release in 2023. It began its production in 2023. So it was under the assumption that scanning was going to be in the game. So this is the Office Hours capsule. No capsule today. Prowler Nest would make sense, yeah. And again, Paul, tomorrow is the first potential release candidate for 4.2. Yeah, it's coming out next week. Let me pull up the Star Citizen YouTube and we'll watch the Star Citizen live. I'm sorry, Twitch.
There really is nothing like these.
Ads.
For me.
Seriously, Spock is the only one you can mention.
Yes, on top of my head right now. Yes.
We've asked you to mention 5 Star Trek characters, and all you can do is Spock.
Why does this have to start with a roast already? Like, is it special enough?
No, put the camera on him. He's the one.
This is not your failure. It's Rich's failure, right?
I definitely take responsibility for this. Okay?
No, the why.
Yeah.
Jeez. You got to show the person who doesn't know Star Trek. Oh. You're not showing the person who doesn't know Star Trek. Yogi knows Star Trek. Go to Yogi. Spock is literally the only character you can mention.
Can we talk about Star Wars, maybe? More educated.
Okay, fine. Name 5 Star Wars characters.
Anakin, Obi-Wan, Mace Windu, Yoda, Darth Vader.
Okay, now...
he's a prequel Star Wars.
Okay, now something outside of the prequels.
Outside of the prequels,
Come on, 3 of them.
Luke, Han Solo, Leila.
Layla?
How's the princess name in English?
Leia. Okay.
Layla.
Okay. That's fine. Princess Leila works.
I'm just looking at Jared's face here.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Star Citizen Live. The Passion of Matteo Monticelli. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, what a lucky person you are. That's where we take roughly about an hour, sometimes a little bit less, out of an occasional week these days, to sit down with our developers and chat things related to Star Citizen, or Star Trek, or Star Wars. What other stars are you not familiar with? Starman? You ever seen Starman?
No.
I haven't seen Starman.
That
I know something about Star Citizen though. That can help.
well, hopefully we're gonna find out. Find out.
Man, Mateo getting burned.
So joining us on the show this week are esteemed members of our the team members who work on all things spaceships and what they do. These aren't the folks who build the spaceships. Those are members of our fantastic vehicle teams who build the physical spaceships. These are the folks who take those spaceships and
I'm gonna try obscure Star Trek characters. Trelane. Brunt. I'm trying to think of obscure ones you'd have to watch the series to know who I'm talking about. Tuvix. I'm trying to remember the Bajoran ambassadors that I can't remember off the top of my head. Roxana Troy is another good one. Wasn't Worf's son named Alex? Alexander. There we go. Loxana, not Roxana. There we go. Rolaren is another good one. Admiral Jellicoe. Golmasset. There we go. Robin Leafler. I don't know that one. Minuet. Yes. Reg Barkley. Yeah. She wasn't that obscure. Yeah, but if you've only like heard of Star Trek and you maybe watched a couple of episodes of Star Trek, knowing Loxana Troy is one of those, she's wearing one of those reoccurring figures. Same with Brunt, FCA. Did someone say FCA? Yes, Piss Poor Pete. You'd have to have known those people because they're reoccurring. Badgie is another one. Tuvix. Tuvix is a one-off, but all the goals. Golmasset is one of those they reuse all the time. So.
And craft them and hone them and adjust them so that they perform the way that we want them across both of our games, Star Citizen and Squadron 42. With that, let's introduce.
By the way, was Charlie X just a tribute nod to Charles Xavier because both were psychic? Possibly.
Some folks, because every show is somebody's first show, including one of our guests. So Yogi, we're going to start with you. You're our old hand here. Tell everybody who you are and what you do for Star Citizen.
I'm an old hand. Okay, I'm Yogi. I'm a principal vehicle programmer. And roughly together with Rich, I'm leading the development of the flight model and the flight experience.
Okay, and for those people who may be hearing that term for the first time, what's a flight model?
Flight model is basically the thing that makes the ship fly the way it flies. So how smooth it is, how janky, sometimes how broken, but yeah, stuff like that.
Okay. Rich?
Yeah, so I'm basically Richard, and I'm the lead game designer on the vehicle experience team. So I'm kind of responsible with Yogi for the overall flight experience.
Morn is Star Trek's DS9 Norm. Yeah, Morn is another good one. Damar, yeah. Gil Bates, that's the one I haven't heard of before. I don't know a lot of the original characters, but you gotta love Trelane. Let's look this up real quick. Oh, there we go. There was one. Jero Essa. Oh, thinking. Vedic, yes, Vedic Win. That was the other one I was thinking. I always forgot her name. And she's like she's an important character, but she's in maybe, one episode a season for Deep Space Nine. That Arrow t-shirt is neat.
Turrets, just the way the general gameplay works with vehicles.
I notice you hid your last name so people can't send you letters.
Yes.
Okay. This is Rich Tyrer sitting here.
Right, I'm going to start making loads of decisions now.
And last but certainly not least, first timer for SCL, Matea.
Hey yo, I'm Mattia. I'm a game designer 3 working with Richard on everything flight, spaceship balance related, mostly for Star Citizen these days. And yeah, that's what we do.
All right. So as we want to do on Star Citizen Live, we put a thread up on Spectrum where this one, so I'm talking to people, we put a thread up on Spectrum and collected questions from you.
What's your schedule now that your school is out? It's the same as it was before. The only major difference is going to be that I start streaming on Mondays. I start streaming at noon rather than at 7. But today was just an odd thing, an odd one time out because I had a captain's table super early because I couldn't get one on Saturday. Normally I'd have just said whatever, but I don't have a captain's table this week, so I couldn't go 2 weeks without a captain's table because this week is the International Bar Citizens. So.
Star Citizen community. Our lovely folks here went through your questions and pulled a collection of them that they felt they could answer best during the course of today's show. So if you've submitted your question like, well, why aren't they talking about this and why aren't they talking about that? Usually what that means is either we don't have the particular guest that's on to talk about that, because we certainly wouldn't want Yogi talking about stuff he's not involved in, or Mateo or Rich, or that's a feature aspect that is not currently in development. The other big kind of misperception in games is that you work on all the things all at the same time. We don't. So the questions that we're going to talk about today are primarily the things that are currently in active development and that relate to the work of these 3 individuals. So right off the bat, we'll just jump right in. Yo, Jared, looking healthy as... Oh, thank you, Boomish.
True.
Thought it was my mom at first. What is the intended purpose for heavy fighters? Right now, they have a turn rate very similar to ships like the Connie and Corsair, but they lack the shields and firepower of those. What's up?
So, this is a question for me, yes. We have been playing with heavy fighter tuning since 3.23, basically the master mode release, and our idea about the heavy fighter role hasn't changed much throughout the time. So basically, what we think an heavy fighter is basically heavier fighter that has lower maneuverability compared to light fighters, but increased durability and increased firepower. That's as simple as that, right? Currently, we have retuned the entire heavy fighter class that includes ships like the F8, the New Guardian, the other Guardians, and so on and so forth, to fit a better spot. And in our opinion, the spot that now the heavy fighters actually cover, it's quite fine. We do notice that the heavy fighter class is slightly underperforming right now, though, but we think it's related more to the relationship in between cross classes rather than the heavy fighters tuning per se. So, stuff, for example, like how the heavy fighter is, dealing against like a medium fighter, for example, or a ship of a bigger size, like for example a Constellation or stuff like that. So we would like to dive more into the tuning for other classes first before assessing the, the overall heavy fighter tuning, and if that need to be addressed once again. So currently, this is the state of the heavy fighter class in general, but we have some even more updates or like more ideas for the
more updates.
Model,
so the current ratio on where the fighters sit doesn't necessarily need to stay this way. We have the updated flight model coming, and we're using that to basically, I wouldn't say reset, but reevaluate, especially the relationships between the fighters. For example, in our perspective at the moment, with the with the updated flight model, the heavy fighters, they just feel a little bit too tanky because they're still fighters, right? So we're currently evaluating whether or not we should make them more vulnerable, because if you compare some numbers from, for example, like Gladius versus a F8, we're looking at like 5 times health. That is like quite a lot for a fighter class. So we're evaluating or reevaluate that once the new flight model or the updated flight model is coming online.
And when you say evaluate, that means you're still making your decisions.
Yeah, sure.
about stuff.
Nothing is ever set in stone when it comes to that. Yeah.
You're asking the question whether that 5 times is right. You're not sitting here saying today 5 times is wrong.
No.
We're still looking at that. And Mattia, you make a good point about how you don't just, in order to tune the heavy fighters or any fighter class or any ship class, it's not just the work on that ship. You then have to make a pass on everything else. It's this constant kind of thing where you go through every class and then you go back through and you go through every class, then you go back through every class and you just refine the entire field of ships over and over again. And that's where you're going to find out whether 5 times is right, maybe 5 times is right, and then things like the Connie and Cutlass need to go up to 6 or 7 or whatever. It's one of those things you're going to find it.
Hey Yogi, the big difference between light and heavy is armor to a degree, but you also got to remember that armor isn't always isn't going to have a downside. Its downside is you can't maneuver very well. So the question was like, why do heavy fighters maneuver like shit, but they don't have enough firepower to justify that? If the answer is armor, then the answer is armor. But like, I think the question is, should we make them more performative? But also, if we make them more performative, we're probably going to have to reduce some of their skills, some of the things like armor. Like, I don't think we'll see 5 times the amount of armor on an F8, but we may still see, like, compared to a Gladius, we may still see like 2 or 3 if they improve the maneuverability.
Through multiple passes, which is what you guys have been doing for some time now, for being candid about it.
I mean, we can never like really set it to a fixed thing. Like we can plan as much as we want, but whether our plans survive then reality is a different question. Also, like sometimes other things coming, for example, the upcoming armor system and so on, that will also change these dynamics. It might just require some other adjustments somewhere else. I
imagine your thoughts on these things actually change over time too. Like, how many years have you been here now, Yogi?
8?
Yeah, it's close to me. I'm on 11, and I can't remember a time when you weren't here.
I joined 2017, but gameplay since 2019,
okay.
I think. Yeah.
So I'm certain the way you thought about some of these things in 2017 is not the same as you thought of them in 2020. It's not the same you thought. I'm sure there are some things that are still the same.
Well, yeah,
but
I think details change over time a bit, right? Because sometimes you just prove that A or B doesn't really work. For example, also the idea to have a perfectly balanced game.
Yogi is from, but I imagine that Matteo is from Germany. That sounds like a German name, right? It could also be Spanish. So I don't know.
Is a bit, this can be, sure we can go for this, but it doesn't necessarily need to be that because the relationships of players playing
I can still read YouTube comment.
The hardest.
I just don't, I can't fix it. And the only way I could fix it is by stopping the stream and restarting it, which I'm not going to do. So, but I'm still reading you, Alex.
Case we have in our combat design is same skill, same pilot, same skill, same ship. Together fight, going in a 1v1 scenario without any other external factors. This is like, when you get this one right, then you probably...
Mateo is Spanish. Oh, and Yogi is German. Okay.
Have something that you can really work
Yogi's
with.
From Jellystone.
But it's hard to actually get to that thing because even if you have...
It's usually an Italian name. It could also be Italian.
Fighting against each other, it's hard to tell which one of these is better. I mean, you can maybe count kill times or so, but there's so many factors and that's sometimes hard to grasp. So I'm not entirely sure that we need a completely balanced game because ships are different. Like people are different, real-world airplanes are different, have pros and cons.
Both in Frankfurt.
You can never really balance them out completely, right? So we'll see.
Well, you've just given people their first Reddit thread. We start CIG developers. I'm not sure we need a completely balanced game.
No? Okay, so hang on.
Jesus, I'm so tired of Jared making his game dev is hard, like we're children. I mean, I don't want to come at you, Spicy SC, with a spicy comment, but have you seen Spectrum? There's some childish fucking things that are said on Spectrum that get a lot of traction, which have no bearing on game development. A lot of community are actually very adult, but they act like children.
What we're still aiming for is like we try to avoid a meta game, right? This is like something we're still trying. It will be incredibly hard, but if we have a game at some point where like almost all ship types have a purpose, where it makes sense. Also, like maybe in the value that you bought that ship for in an in-game shop or something like that. Then we're probably in a good place.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. It's some ships are meant to be. There's progression in mind. It's not every ship is supposed to be equal. Some ships you're supposed to progress through.
Yeah.
You know, a Gladius is where the light fighter journey starts. It's not where your light fighter journey is supposed to end.
Sure.
And stuff like that. So you have to. So just by the very concept of
Where's your light fighter supposed to end? Gladius is a pretty top tier fighter there, Jared.
progression. Not all ships can be balanced, nor should they. They're supposed to be you start here and you move here and you move here. Now, that has changed quite a bit over the years and will continue to change as the game continues to develop. There was one more thing I wanted to follow up on and stuff, and I lost it. Because there was a guy in the Twitch chat who was like, "CIG's a joke" and whatever, and I was just like, I'm like, thanks for watching. Let's just move on to the next question, and if I remember it, I'll come back. What happened with the new quantum travel experience that we saw at CitizenCon 2953, so 2 years ago?
Okay, so at this point, the quantum experience that you saw there was exactly how it was at that time in Squadron 42. That design since then has changed a bit. Also with the requirements of the other flight model changes that we're currently doing. So in general, there's 3 parts to the new flight model. It's like the quantum experience, the updated space flight model, and the control surfaces. And all of these got changed and expanded based on the requirements that we saw. And right now, what we back then described as quantum boosting is basically has changed a little bit. So quantum boosting will be used for like the slow speed range that you used to do nav mode with, right? So if you want to go there's basically 3 speed ranges that you need in Star Citizen. One is to go from, let's say, one POI to another, or between planets or something like this, like where we're talking millions of kilometers, right? Then you need the range in which you're navigating within these spaces. So let's say going from, let's say you have a bubble of like 300 kilometers or so in size. You need to navigate in between there, but you don't want to fly with your SCM speeds, right? So for that, quantum boosting will be used. And then there's normal SCM speed region. So basically the thruster-based flying, which will still be limited to, I don't know, maybe 300 meters per second or so.
No, Caveman Crafty in the Twitch chat says, in other words, that quantum video was marketing fluff.
No, it was not.
No.
It
was definitely real.
No.
Literally just said it's
No.
exactly how it was in Squadron at the time it was recorded.
Yeah.
That's how it was.
It was all real. It was real gameplay. You can actually see that it was real gameplay because on stage, our left stick broke, and you can see that in the video because the velocity meter on the left side is constantly twitching because the stick broke. It was all real.
Their stick broke because they got the same sticks that we got from Atmo Esports, and the people who were in charge of those sticks didn't get the screws to screw in the stick itself from VKB. So the stick itself, you could lift off. Yeah, no. So basically what they're saying is that the quantum travel has changed, which we know fairly recently they mentioned that. So like they're getting rid of nav mode, and it's no longer nav mode. It's now SCM, quantum, and then like quantum boost, and then regular quantum. So boost is going to be a combination of go from point A to point B really fast, and also like longer jumps that don't require a quantum triangulation. And I see what chat's saying about heavy fighters. Heavy fighters are, in the World War II sense, different. Because in World War II sense, heavy fighters were longer range, higher guns, not necessarily armor increase. Which could be where CIG is going with it, because Star Citizen is World War II in space. So, but we'll see.
You try.
It was real.
Here's a fun.
We need size 5, 8 SCU drop pods for overhead cargo bit grids to attach bombs, armored troop pods, Atlas suits. Yeah. Do they do this on Twitch? I'm only seeing this on their YouTube channel. I'm not seeing this on your channel. So it's going to be eventually uploaded to their YouTube channel, but they do it on Twitch first and then take it from somebody who does a lot of content live, and it takes time for you to edit, upload, process, and then release. So this finished about 2 hours ago. If those people then take lunch, they got to pack up their material, they got to get everything ready to go. Then whoever is in charge of the editing will have to take a hold of it. It's usually like a content creator, not content creator, they have to edit it, and then they have to send it to the community team, and then the community team will upload the video because they have access to the content on the website and such. And then they also have to make a website page for SCL so that it will populate with that video on the main page, which then also gets pushed to the launcher, so you get to see it there. You watched it on YouTube? It's not on YouTube right now. If it was live streamed on YouTube, they probably unlist the live stream, or they probably private it afterwards. And because it's not on a playlist, you can't access it. I got a question. If I'm just starting Star Citizen and Squadron 42 starts, but I want to do Hero 0, will or can I do something before doing Squadron 42? You can still do stuff before Squadron 42. Squadron 42 is only going to give you access to stuff post release. We don't even know what it will give you. So.
Question. The F8. Will the F8 ever once more become a mobility monster, like it was built in Squadron 42 Prologue? As of the current moment, it feels like a flying brick, and with all the agility of one. Rich, what the hell are you doing to my baby? That's what it says.
Yeah, Rich.
Is that what it says?
That's what it says.
Oh, no.
I'm just reading it.
Yep. So it's about providing a tuning that fits the archetype of that ship, and that's something we're always working towards, is giving the ship the archetype, and it's and I said it's always work in progress. And that ship in particular it's got loads of guns, it's got loads of thrusters, and as you say, not all ships have to fit the perfect progression of balance, and that's in that sense. So we're definitely looking at what the ship should be with a new flight model as well. There's going to be some more changes there, because a big thing with the new flight model is we're going to have far more tools at our disposal to make ships different.
It's a Bearcat, a flying tank. The Bearcat was fast as fuck, though. Holy fuck, was that thing fast! It basically it was a flying tank that they stuck a gigantic engine into and just said fly.
Whereas at the moment we've got tools, but we're quite limited in that context of providing ships that are quick but are sluggish at the same time. So we kind of we're kind of in a box with the current balance a little bit in that regard. But with the new flight model, we've got more tools to give us maybe a ship that can be really quick, but actually takes a little bit longer to get there. Or the acceleration is a little bit slower, but it can move faster.
I do want to. Anything you want to add, Mattea?
So we do know that at the current state, the overall heavy fighter angular velocity has got decreased a little bit, but we think it's for the better. And once again, we think the feeling and the perception that we see on the player side these days is mostly related to, once again, the relation between those ship classes, right? And in our opinion, once again, what we want to reach is like a balanced and intended gameplay experience for the ship per se, right? So having a super OP, mega powerful ship, can be cool the first time that you have it, right? But after a while, when it becomes the meta and it becomes they
just need to let ships be straight up better. Nope, they never will. It's not in their design ethos to do that. Because if some ships are just straight up better overall from everything, then everyone just uses that ship, and then it becomes boring. Because if you don't use that ship, you get destroyed.
Forced choice, game design wise and gameplay wise. I don't think this is a good direction and or either a fun direction.
That's
So
not
what we
healthy.
want,
Yeah, it's not healthy.
Now, of course, you're going to say that, and Twitch is about to fill up with people saying, "But what about this ship? And what about that
Yeah.
ship? And what about that ship that are
Yeah.
currently EOP and stuff like that?" And the answer is, we'll get there. You know.
Yeah, and that's the big thing about the balance is it's a continuous thing. It's moving. It's evolving all the time, and we can't tune 200 ships all in one go when we figure something out. So it has to come in steps, which is why we've done pass on the medium, as well. We've done the pass on the heavies, and then and that'll keep evolving. But we have to do it in pieces because we just we can't move 200 ships at the same time.
And also it's more important for us to kind of move those pieces step by step because we understand the dynamics that we generate inside the game a bit better as well. So we get more knowledge about it. We understand how player prefer to use.
Ships should have progression where some are straight up better within a very limited purpose and role. That's, I think, the way CIG is looking at things. Some ships are just really good, but they're really like heavily specific on that one role. $177 ships, not 200. They also count ground vehicles, right? Is their ships? Until they find a better way to make another ship better than that ship in a specific circumstance, you can control all ships being equal. Some ships should just be better than others. I mean, you'll have with engineering and Maelstrom and the flight changes and how things work. They're gonna add those in. Balance is cool, but if you've been dogpiled by razors, yeah.
Certain type of ship rather than others. So moving those Lego bricks in tiny blocks, it's easier than just moving one and see how it performs and then try to scale everything according to that. So that's what we're going to try to do. And what we have tried to do and what we are actually doing as well with the current monthly updated patches. So we always try to deliver something to address maybe a specific issue or a specific area of the ship flight in the game.
Zodicide says, just hire more people to balance at the same time. And he's got that the one Twitch emoji with the kind of sarcastic face. So I think he's going to be. I think that's a sarcastic comment. I'm not sure. I'm not up on the popular culture, but no, it is one of those things where 9 doctors don't make a baby in 1 month and whatever. Plus,
Mythical Man Month.
As I said on earlier this week to another thing, not everybody at CIG is not a monolith. You have what you think and what, you have what you think and want, you have what you think and want. Ideally, we find compromise, we find places, but adding more people will often bring in more opinions and more stuff and actually can make finding consensus even harder.
This is going to be a controversial opinion because I'm seeing this. I think multi-crew ships with engineering is going to be a major factor in balance. People like to ignore. People say, well, if you have engineering, it's just going to make multi-crew ships worse because I can still set my single fighter ship. Your single fighter ship is going to suck ass. When engineering comes out, you're going to have to manage engineering and you're going to fucking hate it. So you're going to set it to a very basic features that you can work. And the second you get damage, you're going to want to piece the fuck out. That's the way they balance it, and people are going to get pissed about that. That's the problem. It's not a lot of people are like, well, how could you balance it? It's like they're going to make single-seater ships suck. You will hate it. And all of the people complaining about having to manage their power and all these other things while flying, and so they just pre-set up power configs that they could quickly switch to. That's what you're going to have to do. It's like, that's the only balance. The balance is to take your F8 super powerful, great ship that's super expensive and turn it to dog shit compared to the cheaper Freelancer.
So it's just one of those things where, unfortunately, hiring more devs is not the answer to everything. If you need to make another location, possibly.
I know people in the comments here are agreeing with me, but I know there are some people out there who will watch this after the fact and get mad about me saying you flying a solo ship is going to suck, because they're like, this game sucks, solo players dying, and that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, if you want to be super sweatlord and get into the meta, the only way you can balance those two things is making single-seater ships suck for that point.
But if you're trying to fine-tune the balance of a thing, not always the case. I want to ask two more questions about. I remembered what I wanted to talk about before. In balance, you mentioned player skill.
Yeah.
There's this thing. There used to be a guy who worked here, Vinny Sinatra. He was our QA lead back in the day in LA studio, and that guy could do things in a Gladius that I could not see anybody else do. And it didn't matter what ship you flew. If he was in a Gladius, he could kick your ass. And that was the thing. Like the Gladius, the light fighter meta, the way that it just spoke to him. It was like this perfect match between pilot and ship. But you don't always get that. Sometimes people, they desperately want to fly. They desperately want to fly my Superman punching ship right here, because it's the aesthetic that they want, and it has the role that they want, but it's not perfectly suited for who they actually are. And the comments that come from that are, oh, well, this thing is underpowered, or this thing moves slower. And like this, well, the answer is, well, maybe this ship actually isn't the one that was right for you. Maybe this other ship is the one. How do you incorporate that, and how do you manage that? This player preference and the player skill level. How does that factor into your balance plans here?
So it's really complex. So we start off with a shipping concept, and the team we work with, the vehicle team and the drone crew, and we work with them on identifying the kind of identity of that ship and what it should be and what it will be in the game. And then according to that, we're building a certain character that we think suits that ship. It could be really fast forwards, it could have really good handling, or it's really slow and clunky. We just don't know. But it depends on the ship. So we try and apply that, and then it just evolves from the loadout of the ship. It can depend on the weapons, or or if it doesn't have the weapons to defend itself, what does that mean as well? Does that mean make it really tanky so it can't fight back, but it can sustain? But all those different things that we have, all the tools we have at the disposal, create what that ship is in the game. And then from that, the players themselves have choices within that ship what they can have as well. And we try and provide as much as we can to give the players to move the ship a little bit more in that place or that place, depending on what they want. But the ship always has a kind of window that it will operate in, and it might creep into other ships if if you have different components, stuff like that. But it's always got that core identity.
And sometimes that's not going to align with each individual player and what they want it to be. And that's not a balance issue. That's a thing that happens when you've got a game with 200 ships. If I could fly around in any ship and be an ultimate fighter, I'm going to speak about me personally here. It would be the Mantis. I love the aesthetic of the Mantis. I think the Mantis could have been the coolest damn fighter ever. And that's not how it was built and whatnot. And I've tried the few times I still get into the game, whatever. I always try to fight, Mantis, and I struggle, and that's just because I love the aesthetic of it so much. I want that and stuff like that. So, but it's one of those things. It's like that's not a balance problem. No, that is simply that ship is not meant to do the thing that I want it to do, and I always have to kind of remind myself.
I mean, there is a good analogy. There's is from there was a German World War II ace which was called Adolf Galland, and he flew the Focke-Wulf 190 and the Me 109, and although one of them was better, like the Focke-Wulf was a lot better in terms of the stats. He actually preferred the BF or the Me 109 because it was just better in handling, and it just speaks to the characteristics of the ship. The ship have the characteristics. It might not be the right ship for you. Maybe you just focus so much on one ship that your muscle memory is all aligned with how this or that ship should handle, right? But this is why we have different ships, right? These are just different. Well, they give you different access to the universe. Maybe the handling is different, but then you have a big size foregun somewhere else. So
the second question I want we've said already, and folks are like, "Will you talk to us more about the flight model?" We're going to do that in just a minute. This is my setup for that.
Okay.
We have done, Yogi, Rich, we have done a lot of these shows over the years. Whether it's here at SCL, whether it's on an ISC, or whether it's even a CitizenCon presentation that we put together and whatever. For a number of years now, we have said this next thing is our thing we're waiting for. Whether that was master modes, or whether that was hover mode before that, or whether that was operator modes, whether it's flight model, stuff like this. At various points over the course of Star Citizen's now 13-year development, it's been something or other that we're waiting on that unlocks the next thing. Now, and along that, it's been armor penetration. And it's been recently we put flight blades in there, and that allows you to tune things like this. We know that crafting is coming up. Crafting is going to dramatically change how so many of these ships go, because now you're going to be able to build some version of these ships and affect their characteristics in the one that you buy. We're selling the stock versions, but people are going to be able to craft their own individual versions, and some level of customization will go into that.
Until you can buy the upgraded versions. Well, CIG wouldn't do that. They also wouldn't sell components.
Is it futile to try to do any balancing along the way? Is this just a waste of everybody's time to try to balance heavy fighters, to try to balance light fighters, when there's so many outstanding systems still coming?
No, so I'd say it's part of the journey and
part of learning. Because right now, these three folks, I'm sure there's more people on the team, but these three folks right here, before starting this process, had no fucking idea what the stats were in terms of the individual ships. Now they fully understand what ship stats work and which don't, and what to look at. And the longer they practice it, the better they get at it, because it's a skill. Balance is a skill. It's a skill that you have to learn like any other skill, because a lot of it isn't actual hard numbers. It's also vibes. You can see that like the vibes of a certain ship are dog shit, but it's on paper really good. A good example of that, I've been doing a process where I'm reviewing every ship. On paper, the Mustang is fucking incredible. The Mustang Alpha outmaneuvers a fucking Gladius. Legit, this thing is super maneuverable. But why isn't it used? Because its wings fall off when you fucking cough at it. So it's super fragile, and it can have a lot of weird things for it. But the vibes, it shouldn't do it, so no one does that. And so like the Mustang Delta, for instance, should have all of the advantages of an Alpha plus more, and it should be good. But it also still, like on paper, it should be better than the Gladius, but it's not, because it just doesn't quite function as well because of bugs and other things, but also because it's not the vibes.
Let's say we throw away everything tomorrow, we still have what we've learned along the way. And that's really important, because we're constantly learning. It goes back to you earlier. I've been here 7 years, and my understanding of the game and the game mechanics has fundamentally changed.
Hey, Meep. I don't know what you came into. Why were you letting me play it overnight? Hello. If this is your first time here, I'm Paul. This is the office hours. Do you know me, or did you just end up here? I'm waiting for Meet to respond, because this is an odyssey I need to know. Went to sleep, woke up at a man ranting about a Mustang in a game I have no idea. You went to sleep and then woke up to a live stream about a game you probably have no fucking idea what it's about. A man talking about, what, dude? That's a hell of an adventure. No, it's not a tabletop game. It's a video game. This is just like an interview with the devs is what it is. I'm curious, Mimi, what did you go to sleep to? Before you run off to do whatever you're going to do. Yeah, it's right there on the top. Warhammer Imperial Titan by Midwinter Minis. That's good. Hold up, before you go. There's a little bit of a crossover between the communities. I have way too many armies. I've got a Chaos Marine army. I've got a full Dark Angels army. I have just a regular Space Marine army with a custom chapter. I've got an Imperial Guard army. I've got a Tau army, and I have an Orc army. To be fair, the Chaos army I just sort of accidentally had because I got a free start collecting. I got 2 free start collecting boxes of the old, not start collecting, 2 free combat patrol boxes. And then I was like, and a Master of Executions. And I was like, if I get 1 more start collecting box and a couple of others, I could have a full, or what's he calling that? It's not that called anymore. The new combat patrol, I could get a full army. So, you want new viewers? All right, fine. Yeah, my wife has a full Sisters army, and she has an unpainted, unassembled Necron army. She also has a Harlequins army, and she has now a Emperor's Children army with the new Emperor's Children. So, no, I love that. I love that was my first army I collected was the Guard, because I love the idea of a bunch of just regular people who are like stabbing demons in the face. Not like super enhanced soldiers, not power of faith. It's just Jim and Joe with a las gun and a dream. Who will win? 1,000-year-old ancient demon with unheard of powers, or Jim in a tank? The answer would surprise you. The day that the Men of Iron army is the day you lose all your money. Yeah. You play Age of Sigmar Chaos. I have a Nighthawk army for Age of Sigmar. And my wife has a, not surprisingly, Hedonites of Slaanesh. So. Yes. And Jim is going to hit that fucking demon with his sword. All right, well, meet me. Thank you for hanging out. If this is where you go, we do a lot of Star Citizen stuff here, but we play other games as well. But we mostly focus on Star Citizen. So. Have a good night, buddy.
In that time, and as we've built more systems and we've added more to the game, and we do know the game's not complete, but it's kind of exciting because we're building towards that, and we're always moving in that direction and learning more and getting better, hopefully, at what we do. So we change things along the way, and then we have other systems that come in and they might throw a curveball in that system that we've made, but we're learning along the way to build what we think is the best game.
Yeah, I can add something on that from a different perspective, because I've joined the team roughly around 2 years ago, so not a long time as these other two veterans, right? But it's very important in order to, you as a game designer in my case, but in general, I think as a developer, to have that knowledge and being able to have that experience in tuning and, getting accustomed to the game, getting to know how the game is working currently. Also to understand, first of all, what can you do and what can you plan to improve the game in the future, in the long run, and also be prepared for that when the moment comes. You know what to do, you know what to expect, you know what to manipulate in order to create the right experience, right? So it's never a waste of time, and also I guess you guys want to play as well the game, right, from time to time. So playing a game that is in a better state probably is better than just a game that is not balanced at all in it.
I think there's often, over the course of the 11 years I've been here, I continuously encounter this expectation that every answer is supposed to be figured out before you start making the game, and before you start building. And that's just not how game development works. It's construction, not development. But it's always, from the player perspective, it is always incredibly challenging, because we have backers, we have players, we have citizens out there who want desperately to believe in us. They want desperately to believe that we know what we're doing. They want desperately to believe that there's a master plan and stuff. And the reality is that we know what we're doing and there is a plan, but those things change. We know what we're doing, but we learn more along the way. And those things that we learn change our perceptions. They change our ideas along the way. We have that plan, and then new systems come online and stuff, and that plan has to change and it has to evolve and stuff like this. And it's never an issue of not knowing what we want to do or not being able to do it. This is what game development is. It is this constantly evolving, never-ending thing to find this thing that we're all trying to build together. There's Chris's vision, there's Rich Tyler's vision, there's your guys' vision, there's everybody's vision, and it's about synthesizing that vision along the way. And it's going to change, it's going to evolve, and it can be very frustrating, both for player and developer alike. And it's just, I don't really know where I'm going with this. I feel like I want to acknowledge that. I
don't think that the vision has changed a lot, though, right? No. I mean, like, the one thing you can't underestimate is like engineering and design and development. It just takes time. Like, I mean, like, seriously, like 90% of all the things that player proposed that we should do better, we usually thought about these already, right? Because this is what we're doing for a living. But it just takes time to implement these. If somebody tells me, oh, please add an altimeter or something like this, then there's 15 different problems we need to solve. It's a lot.
Yeah. And those are the easy part as well, like, because a lot of time player, have very interesting insight and ideas about very complex systems that we can potentially put in place, but those touches such a vast amount of other features in the game, and organizing that type of work and getting everyone on board and from completely different teams, especially in a company of the size of Stage, is very difficult, right? But in general, it's very difficult in video game making, so it's not a unique problem for us.
No, but being difficult is what makes it worth doing.
Yeah, we've got we've got a very complex game, but that's very exciting because we are doing it different. All our systems are real systems. They function, they work, and they do real things based on real physics mechanics that happen. And
most times.
Sometimes.
There's a few exceptions.
Yeah, there's a few exceptions here and there. But most of the time that works really well for us because it's a really complex problem to solve. But actually, it makes Star Citizen, I think, really unique for us. And it makes it really fun to work on.
Yeah. Yogi's like, yeah, we usually 90% of the time we've usually had that
that's conversation. Probably a bit high.
He goes, there are still plenty of times where we're being completely honest, where an idea has come from the community and it's been like we've been there like, oh, well, that's a really good idea.
Yeah. I had it first, right?
Yeah. No. I agree with Das Wheelie Cool 69420. That's a thing to do. I just call that a.
No, but I mean we all are. We've all seen like similar, media. We've all seen similar films. We play Star Citizen because we probably like Wing Commander or Star Wars in the past and so on, right? So there is a common understanding. Star Trek, right? Yeah.
Too soon.
Yeah. So I think even of some things where we would say, oh, we had this idea, it probably just came from somewhere else. We incorporate a lot of community ideas in the designs as well.
All right. So at this point, we're about halfway through the show, Yogi. So I'm gonna turn it over to you. This updated flight model. This updated. Now, obviously, when the time comes, we'll probably do an ISE or something on it. But give us the lowdown on what this is and what it will entail and what you're doing right now.
Okay. So.
And I'm just gonna go get a drink if that's cool. Just there we go.
Okay. So following the master mode release, we listened to we read the community feedback and so on. We had our own plans with this and basically made the next step what the rest should be. And there's 3 things which are not just the flight model, but the whole flight experience, right? So I mentioned before, we've got the space flight model, which is how ships use the thrusters. We have the atmospheric flight model, which are the control surfaces, which we also demoed in the past, but which got a quite big update now. And there is the quantum experience. So all of these things combined, they're moving the game towards the, let's say, the traversal vision that CR wants, right? Because the reason why we have nav mode at the moment, where you can go into this mode where you can reach, 1400 meters per second, is just there to navigate in these big spaces that we need to traverse, because we don't have the quantum code for that yet. So in terms of the thrusters, thruster flying, so this is not like a groundbreaking, we do everything else. It's just like an evolution of the previous stuff. So it's just like building on what we already have. So the main thing for combat flyers out there is that we're going to have a non-spheric velocity space. This means we can go forward faster than we can come backwards or to the sides. This has the benefit that these typical 6 degrees of freedom problems that we have in combat, like backstrafing or kiting, they're much reduced. From our perspective, this just feels better, like the fights are more closer and so on. Also, we added jerk. So jerk is the change of acceleration. So instead of going within a frame from 0g to,
which I discovered isn't actually just a term, it's a legitimate physics term, which is funny to say that. Fucking scientists, man, they're all perverts. God bless you. Genuine question. Is it fair to wonder why wording feature complete was used by CR 2 years ago when flight model is still in the process of being put together for Squadron 42? Should I not see flight model as a feature? I'm not trying to be a troll. I'm trying to figure out terminology. With the helpful breakdown of the 3 pillars of flight model, Yogi's describing now quantum travel changing from what it was real and seen in 2023 to what is soon declared feature complete. Apologies for length. So there's 2 things, Dibley, to understand. Number 1, based off of my own discussions with people who work on Squadron 42, feature complete was fucking buzzwords. They didn't have feature complete. They are now feature complete. But it's also important to understand that they had most of the features in the game. There was the way that they described it was stretching the truth, but it was more or less the truth. I think the reality that we're going to have to come to terms with is that Squadron 42 is going to have some very different, probably very, very different flight model from Star Citizen. Like, there's no way they can continue to update the flight model like they're doing in Star Citizen. I don't think what works for Squadron 42 is going to work for Star Citizen. So they may end up with similar flight models, but different. Feature complete means the features we want to be in game are in game. That doesn't mean that they're in place they want. Yeah, no, the one thing that's important to understand is that I've said this before, and there's a couple of developers I know who are in chat, not from Star Citizen, but from other games. But typically, most development that we would consider the game doesn't come in until like the very last stretch, like 9 months to a year of a 10-year development can often just be the stuff that we see as the game. Because up to that, it's all arguing on what should be in the game. Developing tools and features to help the tools and like the frameworks, and then changing that into, if that doesn't work, building playtests to see if it works and then changing that. And then when everyone finally agrees this is what we want to do, then you actually build the game. But because you've built all of this framework ahead of time, it's much faster to just get it done. It's still not faster. It still feels like you're bashing your skull against the wall because it's a lot harder, but you know. Yeah, feature complete is not the same as gold. Features can change after feature complete. It's just that feature complete, you have something to fill that hole until it is or there's a better solution. Yeah. No, it's cool. It's something that gets brought up. It's something that gets brought up a lot, Dibbly, where people go, well, how is flight changing when feature complete was? Because there's a great Bungie documentary on Halo 2. Because if anybody who is old, that's funny. Most of you are old enough to remember that time, the early 2000s. Bungie actually released a gameplay demo of Halo 2 at E3 that looks nothing like what Halo 2 actually turned out to be. And the documentary covers how everything was great. It was wonderful. They spent a lot of time working on the atmosphere to make sure it felt right. But it was fucking boring. It didn't feel like a game they wanted to play. So they threw the whole fucking thing out and started from scratch. And this is a problem with Bungie, but it's a problem with a lot of game developers. Because the same thing happened with Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. Where they had all these kind of ideas and then they threw that all out and tried to restart from scratch. Yeah, the features were in, but calling them complete was using a definition that common person wouldn't understand. Yeah. Unfortunately, CIG does this a lot, using technical terms that have common definitions that differ. Yep. But that's also because CIG is doing two things. One, they're trying to manage, what's an E3? They're trying to tell people who know what's going on, but also trying to manage the expectations of people who have no idea what the fuck game development is. And I'm not saying you don't know game development, random viewer who's mad at me for saying you don't know what game developer is. What I'm saying is, unless you've developed a game or multiple games, it's hard to understand the rules. I have never developed a video game, so I couldn't tell you right now. All I can do is look at what other games and how they developed and study them in terms of compare them to each other overall. And my brief study of how games are developed is it's a fucking nightmare that nobody should want to do, but some people do. And God bless you, you crazy motherfuckers who decide to build a video game, because that sounds awful. It sounds like stabbing your eyes out with an ice pick would be more pleasant than developing a video game. Because playing but playing a video game is a lot more fun than developing a video game. Because when you're building a video game, you take the risk that whatever you build could never be complete, can be complete and be shit, or never be released. And the process of building a video game is so time consuming and mentality consuming that it probably could be classified as a work. Yeah, that's why I always say that CIG uses weasel words. They're very careful with their words. And when they're not, it's pretty easy. Hey, Major Star stuff. The irony of Star Citizen spaceflight is that it's, as I said, is in the future, and yet missiles cannot be shot at from 15 kilometers away, and torpedoes are just glorified melee ICBMs. CIG is romanticizing space flights, and I love their choice, but since I don't want another War Thunder but in space. Well, there are some lore reasons for not developing over the horizon weapons, because in a universe where you can use sensor technology to identify targets from well beyond the horizon, and identify projectiles far behind the horizon, but have, even if it's moving at light speed, if it's the difference between, say, the Earth and the sun, and you fired a laser at light speed at your target, it would take 8 fucking minutes to hit that target. In that 8 minutes, it takes about 30 seconds to spool up your quantum drive and get the fuck out. So in a universe where you can go from 0 to 1/3 the speed of light in a minute, anything that takes longer than a minute to reach you is going to be useless. There's no horizon space. Thank you, Sylvan. But you know what I mean. The like anything that is beyond a certain length is just stupid. Give missiles quantum drives. That would make them incredibly expensive and still not guarantee a hit. Because quantum drives themselves are fucking expensive. So effective range is in light seconds. Effective range is in kilometers. Probably more like meters. So like, hold on maneuver. Quantum drives have built-in safeties. Well, they will turn themselves off if they reach a certain point. I don't know if it's even if there's a gravitational anomaly, they'll turn themselves off. Also, there's ways of turning off quantum. We have literally quantum entanglement devices. So if the second somebody uses like a quantum ship as a weapon, that's the last time that'll ever happen, because quantum entanglement devices exist, and they could just have a mantis around you, and now that ship is just stuck out of quantum the second it gets close to you. Okay, so Paul, in Gundam, one of the manga, there's a giant death laser pointed at Earth. They can't stop it, so the whole team's suicide crashes their mobile suits into the space laser, so that its trajectory is off by 1 meter at Jupiter, and a fucking hundreds of kilometers by the time the shot passed to Earth. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, BVR is the best way to put it. We have missiles that can do that, but almost never fired at beyond visual range because they could miss and hit a friendly. Which means the best choice you have is stealth and or somebody guiding in that target to hit it. So, would a portable EMP device be game breaking? Probably not. There already is sort of a Hawk. There's the fucking we already have one sort of. It's called the Cyclone. What is the version? There's a Cyclone tracker version which has missiles. It also has an EMP device. The Cyclone AAA. Yeah. But I think they mean like man-portable EMP. Ryan's the tracker, right? It's AAA. It's got the EMP. Happy Alien Week from a desert planet far away. How you doing, Major Star Stuff? All right, let's get back to watching it. But yeah, so it's took me a bit to kind of figure this out. Yes, engagements in Modern Warfare are hundreds of kilometers, but detection of enemy missiles largely didn't happen before 20. I guess they're saying like 30 or 20, 10 or 20 kilometers. This is because of radar limitation, which is true. But if you see a missile at 10 kilometers away, that missile better hit you in a minute. Otherwise, that target can just split their quantum drive and fly away. Plus, in the verse, you have randos flying everywhere, so you missed a shot, you could eventually cycle around and potentially kill somebody else in completely unrelated. So it was something that I realized that people are like, well, why can't I just missiles today can do this? It's like, but they need tracking, and also detection software, detection equipment is much better than than it is, or in the future than it is now. So good luck hitting something 10 kilometers away when they can fuck off in an instant. Plus, we also know that you don't need a quantum drive spooled up. You just need to give quantum boost. You just need to boost a couple of kilometers to the left, and suddenly quantum boosted torpedoes. It would still be incredibly expensive. And if it missed, it missed. If laser is moving at light speed, you couldn't see it until it hits you. You could still detect it. Because a laser is not just light, it's also heat. What emissions travel faster than light? It's not about emissions travel faster than light. It's the buildup to fire the laser in the first place would be noticed. That's true. Heat is also light, but still, emissions you could detect those emissions getting ready to fire while a ways away. And on top of that, how do you know that target is going to remain stationary within the 8 minutes it takes to fire? That's just an aurora, Jaded. It's just an aurora. So to manage my expectations, I shouldn't expect even pleasant surprise of this flight model goodness any earlier than 3 to 6 months after Squadron 42 releases. I know CIG doesn't believe in those one questions. I couldn't tell you. We do know that the flight model, when it comes to the I always do this, but the control surfaces, the first pass is done. They did their first pass last month for control surfaces for Star Citizen. We know that Maelstrom is in the game. It's not in Star Citizen Live, but it's in their build version. And they said, I think John Cruz said they had like 70% of all of the ships converted over to Maelstrom already. So it's going to happen sooner than you think. It could happen before Squadron. It could happen after Squadron. We don't know. So the answer is, I wouldn't expect it anytime soon. But I also don't think you should expect it to be like months after Squadron's released. Yeah. And like this monthly report, they specifically said, and Yogi just said that they've been doing a lot of work on control surfaces. So. You could obscure the source of a laser by having a giant sun in its back. Yes. So in order to hit a target with a laser between the distance between the sun and the earth, you would have to have a star behind you. B, that target has to have no way of detecting you building up energy. C, that target has to be completely stationary for 8 minutes. And D, has no means of moving in that 8 minutes. It's an awful lot of contingencies to be able to hit a target at that range. That was 8 minutes to hit from the sun to Earth. Plus any build-up time for the firing. The point being, generally speaking, to plan for a weapon requires a lot of contingencies which are guaranteed. And if you don't have those guaranteed contingencies, you're wasting money. So, at least in the logic of the Star Citizen universe, it makes sense that fights are so close and speeds are so small, because the only way you're going to be able to target somebody is if you can get that speed. And if they can just move at infinite speeds forever, you can't target them. So you have to have a way of preventing them from getting that speed. And an easy way of doing that is like anti-quantum devices, but also because of how ships are designed in the game. They're designed for safety, not for necessarily use. So.
Them biddies.
8 meters old targeting data and 8 meters for short to reach.
Oh, 8 minutes to target for targeting data. You're right, because they would also, light would have to bounce back and forth. Fuck, yeah. And because real warfare is being boring in the video game, it is. It's I love Arma, but Arma is 2 hours of preparation for 30 minutes of fun.
To 9G, we're ramping this up now over short an amount of time, at least for the fighters. And we have. So the main thing for combat flyers out there is that we're going to have a non-spheric velocity space. This means we can go forward faster than we can come backwards or to the sides. This has the benefit that these typical 6 degree of freedom problems that we have in combat, like backstrafing or kiting, they're much, much reduced. From our perspective, this just feels better, like the fights are more closer and so on. Also, we added jerk. So jerk is the change of acceleration. So instead of going within a frame from 0G to 9G, we're ramping this up now over short an amount of time, at least for the fighters. And this just makes sure that you have to plan a little bit more ahead, and the rotations feel smoother. What else is there? You can, oh yeah, and then we built in a lot of like different steps how to customize IFCS for you. So, so what you have in the game right now is more like an IFCS on training wheels, right? Where at the moment you can turn off a couple of assists like gravity compensation and G-save. And these things, in the future, they will actually always mean a little bit of like a buff in terms of like what your thrusters can do. So when you, so what you have at the moment in our internal builds, you can turn off gravity compensation, you can turn off the stability. So the stability, for example, changes the behavior of IFCS and gives your lateral thrust more importance than the longitudinal thrust, which means when you're in fights, you are better. It's better for you to, or it's easier for you to evade shots. But at the same time, it makes the flying a little bit more dangerous because it doesn't keep the TVI stable anymore. Well, that's like now technical, more technical details. I'm sorry, you're falling asleep almost, right?
No, I was looking at iCore 102, who was like, "This doesn't sound like it's going to solve the problem." And you're like, oh, yeah, 4 minutes into
sure.
into a 20-minute exploration. But
a lot of people are going to hate jerk. People love jerk. What are you talking about? People do it all the time. Why would they hate it? I'm sorry. Fuck you, physics, for this naming stuff stupid. That's a stupid name, and I love it.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, like, honestly, don't believe me when it's available. Play it, and then you can judge it properly. The other thing, which is a pretty big chunk, or makes also a big difference, is that we don't have top speeds anymore. And now, before you grasp, oh God, unrestricted speeds. No, there are still restricted speeds, but we don't. In the game data, we don't have any top speeds anymore. The top speed of a ship is what your thrusters can achieve in a fixed amount of time that we define. But the good thing is when you have your power assignment and you put more pips into your engines, your thrusters will actually produce more thrust. And more thrust means then more speed.
Not some artificial speed limit that the universe has applied to you.
Well, you still have, we need speed limits. We're a game after all, right? But this basically means like, but because it's based on physics, what will happen is you have your gladius and you fire a missile. You see, your overall weight of the gladius reduced now, so your thrust have the same thrust output, but your chip is now lighter, so you actually get more Gs. We had this before, but now you also get more speed based on this, right? And looking further ahead, I mean, this is like outside of the new flight model, but when we have Maelstrom and so on, we're also going to have like more realistic ship masses. At the moment, the Gladius weighs
55 tons.
55 tons.
What?
So, you're falling asleep almost,
No, no.
right?
No, I was looking at iCore 102, who was like, this doesn't sound like it's going to solve the problem. And you're like
Oh, yeah,
4 minutes into,
sure.
into a 20-minute exploration. But
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, like, honestly, don't believe me. When it's available, play it, and then you can judge it properly. The other thing, which is a pretty big chunk.
Just yesterday alone, you had 23 server error screens. What the fuck? I have Joe. You win the unluckiest person in the verse competition. Holy shit! I have had 3 errors in the last 3 months. Like, there's other problems with the game, but like 30Ks have not been an issue for me ever in like 2025. I'm going to use an example, Jolie. Don't get mad, okay? But you are the perfect example of why it's hard to get feedback, because you and I have had very different experiences, and I think a lot of people in here as well is we'll do the same. We'll have the same experience with me based on my overall understanding. But when someone like you has just been pissed on by the CIG gods, because I do know that there was some significant server instability as of yesterday. They even posted on their website that the servers were unstable yesterday. So I think it was yesterday. So I think you just got caught in that instability loop. But when you get mad, you went to Spectrum and raged on it. Totally understandable. You pay for game fuck up, fuck you, CIG, where's my stability? Right? How does CIG parse your comments with other people's comments? How do they use your feedback along with other people's feedback and then translate that into making the game better? That's the difficulty that CIG has, because they don't know the context of why people are posting. So somebody whose job is to register feedback, because they have one person who does that, to register feedback and look at feedback and register it and try to use that as an effective way of informing the developers of what's going on. How do you sort that out? That's a fucking hard problem. And do you go based off of pure statistics? Or do you also go off of vibes? Because statistics can lie to you. Statistics can be a motherfucker sometimes. Like, I teach economics. One of the classes I teach is economics. And I can tell you, statistics can fucking lie to you a lot of the time. Real Star Citizen players find their ways around bugs. That's the trauma response abuse gaming. That's your trauma response. It's all of our trauma response. We figure out our own little ways around issues. Like, I still slow down. I still scroll wheel down when I'm going into an elevator, especially with other people. I'll scroll wheel down when I get into an elevator because I'm afraid I'm going to break someone's bones. Statistics can lie to you. Ask the Hathor financialists. I think the number of people who are having trouble connecting would be a fairly straightforward thing to record and parse. It depends, though, because is that person having trouble connecting because their ISP sucks ass? Because maybe their internet went down, maybe their power went out? Or is it your side of things? Is it something connecting? And is it always is the back end the problem? Or is it the player's connection to the back end? Or is it the server, the DGS that's causing the issues? And I don't know how much of they have that. There are lies, damn lies, and statistics. Yeah. Thank you, and Ambrose Beers. Yeah. The other thing is, things like hardware issues. Did they install their game on an HDD? Is there other on their computer? Did their computer just have weird errors? You know. NVMe 4060 Ti. You should have done okay. But Joe's problem wasn't performance. Joe's problem was fucking connecting to the computer, to the back end. I was only using Joe as an example, not as the poster child, because we had talked about this in previous office hours before, which is there's a lot of problems with CIG's feedback because feedback needs to make sense. And there's usable feedback. Constructive feedback is whatever, but like usable feedback is different. I am the most beautiful poster child. It's a sacrifice. With yours, it's probably pretty simple. Your issue was probably the same issue that everyone's has, which is the reason why CIG said degraded performance on the website. Because CIG needs to start fucking doing maintenance regularly on a weekly basis on a Tuesday, like they have been, or on Wednesdays, like they have been, but they haven't. They've stopped recently because they're working on 4.2.
Or makes also the big difference is that we don't have top speeds anymore. And now before you grasp, oh God, unrestricted speeds. No, there are still restricted speeds, but we don't, in the game data, we don't have any top speeds anymore. The top speed of a ship is what your thrusters can achieve in a fixed amount of time that we define. But the good thing is when you have your power assignment and you put more pips into your engines, your thrusters will actually produce more thrust. And more thrust means then more speed.
That sounds like there's no top speeds anymore. That sounds like light limit sort of thing. So if I burn my engines in a single direction, I will consistently pick up speed as long as I have power into the engines, right? That's what that means? So there's no top speeds. I know he said there's no top speed. He says, well, there's no restrictions. He's like, that's not the case. And then he just goes on to describe how there's no restrictions. An X amount of time. But all engines can burn 100% of the time, unless they're going to start having engines break down quickly. There's no arbitrary per ship limit. So it's based off of the durability of your engines. I know eventually there'll be wear and tear, so like your engines won't be able to do it. But physics says a body in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by another force. I know that's not probably modern science, and probably some physicist is ripping their hair out as I say it, which I do it intentionally because I like to troll scientists. But like, generally speaking, if you are in space and you go in direction, you keep going. You don't stop. I bet each thruster has a limit on how much it produces, and it won't exceed that set limit. But the game has no fixed limit, which is nice. He said that it'll set a time span in which it will stop. Okay. Physics says, if I have a fuel, I can go faster. Service says, please, creator, no. I can see overheating, because there's an overheating mechanic. I can see long-term the issue is more managing your heat buildup and the wear and tear that your engines are going to do. Unless acted upon by an outside force. No, I get that. You know, you'll eventually stop, but like if I'm boosting my engines into deep space, I should be able to reach quantum speeds within a certain amount of time, unless my engines explode.
Not some artificial speed limit. that the universe is applied to you.
Well, you still have, we need speed limits. We're a game after all, right? But this basically means like, but because it's based on physics, what will happen is you have your Gladius and you fire a missile. You see, your overall weight of the Gladius is reduced now, so your thrusts have the same thrust output, but your chip is now lighter, so you actually get more Gs. We had this before, but now you also get more speed based on this, right? And looking further ahead, I mean, this is like outside of the new flight model, but when we have Maelstrom and so on, we're also going to have like more realistic.
We need more speed. Throw the couches out the back. Oh, God. Dump the cargo. We could go faster.
Ship masses. At the moment, the Gladius weighs
55 tons.
55 tons.
Yeah.
Our squadron weight.
It's a little bit heavy.
Our squadron Gladius was up at 180 tons, which is like close to a 747, right? But now the squadron Gladius is around 20 tons, which.
How the fuck was the Gladius a 747 weight? Jesus Christ. What's the weight of an F-16? $23 tons. Go on. Nine tons. It's 9 tons. So an F-16 is still 2 times the Gladius is still 2 times the tonnage of an F-16. What the fuck? This is why quantum drives are expensive as shit. They're like 9 tons. Which, to be fair, they do alter the mass of things, so that makes sense. Yeah, I know it's not perfect, but
means like the weight of every missile and every component actually matters. So if you, for example, have your Gladius or any other ship, and you just rip out the most important components, you will just get much faster.
Yeah, this is going to be very relevant for like smaller craft, maybe for racing as well.
Yeah,
like
for racing.
Having lighter components or removing weapons will, give you that extra window of performances that you can exploit throughout the race, right? So.
Right. So, and that is basically just the space part of this.
We get to be NASA. I've been playing a little bit of KSP recently, and it's like, what weight can I remove so that I can get more delta V? That's basically what it is. What can we remove to increase the speed? No, they're not. They said a couple 100 kilograms. Colonels just need their chair and engine. They also need fuel. Bob has a family. Bob's also the best scientist in KSP. Flight time, light blades, 3 tons apiece. Weight management for racing sounds great. Yeah. What they're saying is that now everything you add to your ship is going to affect the speed of your ship. Mass has always played a role in like the efficiency of your engines, but never like the acceleration. No, I think it has in the past. Because I remember that one time they gave every ship the a loadout as if it was fully loaded on accident, and it meant that like it took fucking 20 minutes to get out of atmosphere with a reclaimer. But
on the control surfaces, we have a full licensed pilot on the control surfaces for now, right? That's Kareem. So he's working on the control surface support. What we have already ready is the unassisted aerodynamics flight, which means
they got a pilot for the control surfaces. There's an actual credited pilot working on the control surfaces. Somebody who actually knows how a fucking plane should work.
Means how the ship feels when you directly affect the deflection angles of the control surface. So you can glide, you can even like your ship can be entirely off and shut off. You still have control over your control surfaces, which means if you're getting distorted in atmosphere, and you can actually glide down, you can flare and you can crash land your ship in a you can do a controlled crash landing, right? And so and the core on-off thing, which I just mentioned, we introduced a concept which is called the IFCS core. It means what you have right now in the game, where the ship is just constantly compensating for your rotation.
You missed a lot, but basically, flight controls have been finished their first loop. There's no more top speed, no more arbitrary top speed for the engine. So, or for the game at least, the ships will still have top speeds, but there's no arbitrary top speed for the ships. It's based off their engines. Whatever their engines can do is what's going to be the case. Weight now has a factor in terms of your acceleration. They're mostly talking about jerk is what they're talking about. So also, your back thrusters are now more powerful than your forward thrusters. So you can no longer backstrafe as fast as you can go straight. So you're going to, your main thrusters are going to be your main source of maneuvering. So. But is it a Spirit Airlines pilot?
This means the core is on, so IFCS is actively working for you. But IFCS in the future can be slapped down or even turned off, and in this case, you don't have pure Newton flight. So also on the rotation, and this also happens when you, for example, crash into something. For example, on the Gladiators, let's say it can.
Max speed is also
we know that the Gladiators cannot go above, let's say, 20 Gs. Then we might have a limit in the IFCS code that says, when that ship goes over 25 Gs, the course is slapped off for like a couple of seconds, and then it needs to reboot. So during this time, you still have control over your ship. You can still use the thrusters and so on, but it will not auto-stabilize yourself. So it's more or less like flying like a Kerbal Space Program. So it's which means you will tumble after every collision. The ship will not recover as fast, and whether the core is on or off also plays a role in atmospheric flight, because in atmospheric
without time warp.
Flight, when the core is on, we will have a fly-by-wire system that keeps the TVI stable. But when the core is off, you directly control the control surface directly. So that's
I want to jump in.
A lot. Sorry.
Yeah, I want to jump in and say, give Yogi a chance to catch his breath. That 20 and 25 thing; those were numbers off the top of his head to illustrate a point. No, don't go up and update Urkel and whatever. It's going to have a 20 G. Only a 20 G tolerance. Blah, blah, blah.
This is just examples,
Guys?
right? Just examples.
Hold on. It's just an example.
This is great. I want these.
We might need it, to be fair.
Yeah.
The open space at the time.
All right.
Or hey, Mattia, I need something from you. I'm coming over.
So thrusters, atmospheric flight, control services, and the third one was?
Quantum experience. Yeah, quantum experience will change because at the moment it's very clunky how we traveled through the game. So I think the best example is nav mode will die is probably the
Breaking news.
So, but this is like
Hold on, no. Look directly in that camera. Hold on. Look.
Which one?
Say it again.
This one, right?
Hold on. Go to the
Say
Yogi's
Master
camera.
Modes is dead.
There you go.
Say it.
Say it again.
Nav mode will die.
F's in chat for nav mode, everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
The reason is more because
Master Modes isn't dead. The thing that actually Master Modes was about was making each ship, have its own unique role, and that's probably still around. It's just nav mode, which everybody hated, is gone.
Because it's very clunky to traverse the verse. So the way how it's currently planned, I'm saying currently, it can change, right? Is
what? It can change?
Of course it can change, right? Like if we play it and it's not good, then we'll change it again. So, but the overall goal is to make the traversal through the verse very, very fluent. So the thing that will define whether you can do if you can use a quantum drive or not, is just whether it's powered or not. And this is like a resource network problem. So if you select, for example, or if you set up your resources so that your quantum drive is not powered, you cannot use quantum. If it's powered, you can. And then it will be as easy as looking somewhere, holding a button, and off you go like we had in the past. So there won't be any mode switching anymore. There's no quantum drag that slows you down suddenly with 70 Gs or so. Yeah, so that will all be more fluent. And
so there's one mode, SCM mode. And if you power up your quantum, you can use your quantum, you can activate your quantum drive and use it without having to switch modes. It's kind of what you already do anyways, you get to activate it, but it's no longer switching modes.
And this is like, I'm not talking, it will be, we have most of this already in Squadrons. It's actually on my to-do list on this week to rip nav mode out.
Of the PU?
No. No. So the way is like due to the time constraints we have in Squadron, we first do these things in Squadron, but everything we do on the flight model is directly moved to the code base of the PU. Basically, most of the stuff on the new flight model is already in the current 4.2 code, but it's of course turned off. We will also not enable it until we have all things in place, including the ship tunings, because in the master mode release, Mattia mentioned that before, we had to go through all the ships very, very fast because we had this time window that we needed to commit to the master mode changes within 2 months, right? For the new flight model, the data sits all in parallel. So, which means we can, I don't want to say take the time because, but we don't need to rush the implementation or the tuning of the new ships because.
How will switching will operate? Will we have to power down stuff? Yes, you'll have to power down stuff to be able to activate the quantum drive because you probably won't have enough power to do that. A good example of that is it's what everyone tells them to do is look at other games. That's how Elite Dangerous works. Elite Dangerous, your frameshift drive can be operative with everything else, but if you have your frameshift drive on, it's just super power hungry. You can't run anything else. So you turn your frameshift drive off in order to power your rest of your systems. But you can have them on technically at the same time. There's just not enough power to go around. Yeah, Traveler has a similar thing where you have to have power management, that kind of stuff. It's a pretty typical thing. FSD needs the hard points off to be able to power on. Yeah, you do have to store your hard points. But you could technically have them powered, but you have to turn them. I think you can have power, but similar idea. I remember it's been a while since I played Elite, to be fair. But I remember having to hit a button. I actually created my own button that basically cycled hard points off and cycled on the frameshift drive. But it's more similar where like you have to have those things. I don't imagine you need to turn your guns off anymore or your shields probably.
But because we don't want the ships to be as similar as they were before. We want to give them character. And we don't need to rush this out because we can have the old and the new flight model data side by side without destroying each other. Unless you do an integration wrong like I did. There was a little buff to the Gladius, which was due to an integration, which I messed up, and I apologize for that. So
yeah, you guys are so fast in catching up with those changes, man.
Yeah, but instantly
he did this mistake. So, yeah, 20 minutes later, there were like 20.
U for hard points, J for FSD sticks. I had to do it for my sticks.
20 videos on YouTube, and 20 seconds later, I fixed the issue, and it was.
But it was a one button that I hit. When I hit the button, the hard points deployed and FSD, the FSD powered down.
What? I didn't.
Let's be real honest here. So there are 3 levels of anything that sort of happens in Star Citizen at any given time, anytime a patch comes out. One is we've put a thing out there, it's working as intended, and that is either great or we learn a lesson. Yeah. We learn a lesson, and it's like with master modes and whatever. It's like, okay, well, it changed things, and that's as it should be and whatnot. And I'm proud to say that I can honestly say that's what happens most of the time. Then there's the second scenario where we do a thing, we put it out, and it doesn't work the way it's supposed to because of a bug. There's some other competing system.
Yeah, and ED had a power module priority table that you could configure, so you could demand more from the max cap. demand more than the max cap, the power priority turned off the lower priority modules. I think we're going to see something like that, similar to that with Star Citizen, with engineering. That's really going to be the engineering gameplay. Is engineers, the ability of having engineers is to have that power overpower some systems beyond what you should be by switching system power around.
That it integrated into our work, and suddenly like it worked great on my build and here, and then it got into everything else in the PU, and it doesn't work right. Some underlying system is screwing up. There's some rare use case that is being used to exploit it. Whatever. It's like, it's like we wish it's like it kills us because this thing we just put out doesn't perform exactly the way that we wanted it to because of something that was out of our control at the moment. And then there's the third one, where sometimes we typed a 7 and we meant a 9.
Yeah.
And that goes out there and you're like, wait, why is that doing that? And it's like, oh no.
That was me.
Oh no.
Usually it's our fault.
Yeah,
this time.
Oh no.
We have very
Jumptown was a decimal point. They misplaced a decimal point and created all of Jumptown.
tiny keyboards, so it's like we need just bigger ones.
You know, and it's one of those things like, sure, you might not hear an admission like that at EA or Activision or whatnot. I guarantee you it happens everywhere. But yeah, we're human. We're human, and sometimes we do those things. Those things happen more often than not. There's a number of times, like you just said, Mateo, where we're watching a streamer, or watching a YouTube, going, wait, that's not how that's supposed to go.
Yep.
You go and you're like,
oh no.
I mean, we had a case of something similar just with with the 4.2 release, like the ground turbulence.
Oh, the ground turbulence
was meant to be in there for 6 months. We didn't notice that there was a bug in the noise generator. Well, it wasn't really a bug. It was just me not being careful enough, right? Where it basically did not work on live environments because the time difference is bigger, right? Because in our environment, in our dev environments, it's the time since we started the game. In the live environment, it's the time since 1970. So
yeah, the variable was too large in order.
Yeah, so the value was too large for the noise generator to actually give us a value.
Yeah,
it was working for us, and
it's great. Works on my machine.
Yeah, it works on my machine.
But this happens.
There are people out there who will take admissions like that and stories like that as some indicator of not being professional or not knowing what we're doing and whatever. And if you're choosing to take it that way, you know, God be with you. You can do whatever you want, that stuff. I prefer to always present our stuff as honest and as human, as like that. We make mistakes just like anybody else, and we have our share. So does everybody. I think maybe we're just a little more candid about it sometimes.
But thanks for pointing out. Like for us, honestly, especially these days in DPU, we tend to keep up with, or try to keep up with a lot of feedbacks and data, even from the community run tool as well, right? So guys keep shouting and letting us know what is not working. And
thank you for bringing that up. It's not just the content creators and stuff. Issue council.
Yep.
Oh my God, can you imagine this project without issue council?
Honestly, like often I see people thinking that the issue council is not and what I mean by people, I mean outside of the company, is not a useful tool. But honestly, for us, like. Having issues with repro step videos and having directly a ticket in Jira, then I can act upon immediately, asking directors, labeling, can we fix this for this release and so on and so forth. It's super helpful.
Except for the fact that most people feel like it's unuseful. It's not useful to them because they keep getting flagged as duplicates when they're not duplicates.
So keep up the quality of the IC report, guys, because that's gonna help a lot.
Right.
I'll pass a lot. Yeah.
We've got 15 minutes left. I want to get to some more of these questions from the community here. This question's worded a little bit, but it's basically saying capital ships in atmosphere, WTF? Like everybody's seen the terrible. Everybody's seen that Polaris or that Idris. You're trying to do a line of mine. You're trying to do a Stormageddon, whatnot, and it's just capitals in atmosphere. Any hope?
That's quite of a ship of Polaris, by the way.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
This was basically the role model for the Polaris.
Okay, so I know what you want to say. Okay, so the vertical thing, right? Where ships do this, like nobody wants that, right? CR doesn't want that. Like he had a talk with me last week, right?
Yeah, that's what people were saying. Someone at the very beginning of the stream said, you look healthy. It's like, oh, that's good.
But this is also something we probably will only fix with the new flight model. I don't want to say, oh, it's going to be fine in the future, but it is the plan for this, right? So right now, when you're in atmosphere, we have something called thruster efficiency curves. And the efficiency of your thrusters goes down by about 50% in the highest case. In the future, that efficiency will be much, much lower. So what you can expect that if you have a ship, let's say, give me a ship with the VTOLs, I don't know, Cutlass, right? Let's say Cutlass, yeah. So if you have the Cutlass, right, you can expect that when the Cutlass, I mean, the Cutlass is like a light transport, so we will not be as punishing probably. But let's say, does the Idris have VTOLs?
Yes.
Idris have VTOLs?
Yes, but they don't work in game. But
okay, cool.
They will do.
Okay, fine. So let's say the Idris is landed. Then you will get a message on the heads-up display that tells you what your thrust to weight ratio against gravity is, and if that ratio is below 1, you will not be able to take off. And this is then just taking account the mass of the ship, how much it is loaded on it. So if you have your cargo full of lead cubes, let's say that, right? Then it is possible that you will not be able to take off. So now
it's possible, not a guarantee.
It's not a. It's.
You can overload.
You can overload, and then you will not be able to take off. I mean, you may try to boost, because boost gives you like vertically, I think like something like 35% more thrust. You can put more power into your engine, so you get this natural resource network-based buff in your engines. But you will have a hard time just hovering like this, right? And at the same time, because these are your strongest thrusters, but your retros are usually a lot weaker than the other thrusters. So if you do this, you will eventually just sink down. That's at least the plan, right? So you can expect that larger ships will be harder to fly and to land in atmosphere. We will try to give players helpers so that new players don't just like crash land this thing, right? But still, like there's still physics, and like the reason why the ships can hover at this moment is because they have so much thrust that they can. Because all they need to do is to be able to hover in 1G. Or let's say on Earth, right? When that is not guaranteed anymore, then you automatically have like a more realistic and harder situation there.
And that's coming tomorrow?
That's not coming tomorrow. I'm not gonna, Jared. No when question. No, but seriously, like we're really keen to put this over as fast as possible. But so the space flight model is done. The aerodynamic stuff is halfway done because the fly-by-wire is not completely done, and what we need on the control surfaces that's left is the ability of AI to use control surfaces. That's like a relatively complex project, but I'm confident that we can solve that in the next couple of weeks. And then there is the quantum experience. When all these things are done, and then it's the first time we can actually let players test this thing in the PU environment. But this is not for tomorrow, or also not for like...
Until then, can we just make it so that if you're in a Polaris or an Idris and you do this in atmosphere, you just instantly go to Kleischer?
I can, but then you're not gonna be able to slow down very fast anymore. Or like
no. I just teleport the pilot right to Kleischer. If they're doing this in atmosphere, just that would be what I do, and that's why I'm not a designer. And they don't put me in charge of anything.
Citizen.
Rich, you mentioned turrets earlier. Are there any plans to make industrial ship turrets be a viable deterrent, or will they remain a mostly useless POS?
Slightly subjective question.
It's very subjective, isn't it?
It's possible I'm adding my own spin to some of these things because I have feelings of my own.
Yeah, so the whole point of those turrets is, the ships can't defend themselves with guns, so we've got turrets that, we want the ships to be able to defend themselves with turrets. We are working on the kind of general turret experience and how kind of powerful the turrets are as well. And we made some changes. Was it last release? Yeah.
In general, like with the engineering,
so we buffed them up.
We buffed the ammo, we buffed maybe some regenerates for specific ships as well. So.
Yeah. But there's this other thing, like the thing that we're currently lacking is effective medium range weaponry. Right now, because a turret that fires projectile, just like it's just the
normal gun projectile.
This is a gun projectile. The thing is like we don't want to twist like the projectile after we launched it, right? So what we need is like some medium range weaponry. We have a plan for this. Like we would like to try out flak at some point, but it's not ready for multiplayer yet. But it can range this it can be effective beyond the range where normal gun turrets are effective. I mean, I guess the question comes mostly from, I have this large ship and I'm getting shot at by fighters which keep their distance. But the other thing is like coming to more like Torsten's work concerning like the armor system and so on. There's also the question of like if smaller ships will actually be a danger for larger ships, because we are going to have like penetration parameters on the bullets, and we're going to have armor and so on. So a lot of these weapons that people use at the moment to damage larger ships, they might not be able to damage them in the future. It's like if you have a pistol and shoot at a tank, the tank says, well, okay, right? So if the ships want to do actual damage on the ships, they probably need to get so close in the future that they can destroy precisely the subsystems. But that's like, this is a little bit outside of like...
then that, of course, provides more utility to some of these heavy fighters or stuff that are designed to take on the larger ships.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, like the Ares, which
Exactly.
and stuff like
Yeah.
that. I want to see if we can do at least 4 more, so I'm limiting you
to 1 second.
90 seconds.
I should not babble.
Answer, sir, because I want to hit more of these things before we go. He's got an airplane he's got to catch.
Right.
Weather is in 4.2 for or the next iteration of it. Weather affecting ship's ability to fly?
Yes, it's in there. You can try it. Larger ship in general should be less affected by weather effects, and smaller ship clearly more. And yeah, you can try that. The effects already that Yogi and Ethan have been trying to smash through and testing and trying already in 4.2. So
fly into clouds, have fun.
Yep, have fun in clouds. Yep, big fun.
And of course, that's this next iteration of it. It'll continue to evolve as more weather conditions.
Yes, yes, especially also with when we're going to update the atmospheric system as well. Clearly, we're going to have to adapt everything.
Okay. Recent changes to missiles and torpedoes.
Yeah.
Are you happy with? How it's still in PTU right now? Hasn't gone to live yet.
Yes. So for the targeting system, we are quite happy. It hasn't been easy to kind of try to find a sweet spot for the targeting params of missiles specifically. Also, with torpedoes, the safety improvements to avoid certain unwanted behavior, like them firing torpedoes too close to a couple of ships, are in place. And we are looking forward to players testing them and stress testing them as well. But in general, we are quite happy. Yeah.
What about the thing where they fire the missile or torpedo, but they keep moving forward?
Yes.
And the distance.
Yeah. So basically, how it's currently working, it's the safety distance is calculated between the torpedoes that you launch and your ship itself. So if your ship is moving and the torpedo is moving, and you're not 1.5 kilometers away from the torpedo won't detonate. But however, this is not the intended final direction that we want. We have already spoke with all these peeps and PAT and Team Johnny as well for some updates on the safety mechanics based mostly on the distance traveled of the torpedoes and also some safety
from the moment it was launched.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the big change right now because of this.
So it's important to say that we wanted to try this stuff first because that was basically the parameter that we had in place actually since a lot of time in order to see how the gameplay dynamics are looking. And now that we know that this is kind of the direction that we want to dive into, we can further work.
So right now, if you follow your torpedo missile, and you're too close, it'll just never arm, and that sucks. You want it to start that distance timer to start from the moment you launch it, and then if you choose to get too close to it when it explodes, that's on you, pilot. That's where we're going. Okay, good. Ground vehicles. Why do they suck?
Wow, it's very subjective again. So we have, obviously made a big kind of change to ground vehicles. So we changed the fundamental physics of the ground vehicles, but that still doesn't mean they're finished. They are still subject to the same kind of physics as the rest of the game, and we do know that the general collisions don't feel very good, and we do want to improve that. But also we want to give more purpose to the ground vehicles as well. And that just isn't the ground vehicle itself, it's the guns or it's the torpedoes on the ground vehicle. So it's about improving those systems as well, so players have more of a reason to choose them. Especially as we have more environments in the game that, they may limit where ships can go, they may limit where ground vehicles can go. And, also you may want to use ground vehicles to defend a certain area. So, if you've got a ballista, you can have ballistas and, protect an area. But that isn't just making that ground vehicle physically good, it's the systems on it, it's the torpedoes and, and how that, those kind of systems generate the gameplay we want.
That's why already we try to bespokely tune the ballista torpedoes and missiles to kind of fit more into the anti-air role, as well as the Centurion.
With the Toyota Corolla, you get more of what you never expected. More tech, more features.
That's not too bad. That's kind of annoying. But I've been for an hour before the ad popped up. I'm not going to make you watch the ad. Do we have a Mud Runner type model? Oh, I don't think that's going to happen. Ground vehicles are a fucking joke. Got an ad for Rainbow Six Siege. It's a Twitch thing. Twitch just sets ads on your content no matter what you choose. Hold on, it's back now.
As well, so it's more ranges, it's more ammo, to try to enhance the peculiarities of the anti-air vehicles as well.
Vehicles. So it's about improving those systems as well, so players have more of a reason to choose them. Especially as we have more environments in the game that, they may limit where ships can go, they may limit where ground vehicles can go, and also you may want to use ground vehicles to defend a certain area. So if you've got a ballista, you can have ballistas and protect an area. But that isn't just making that ground vehicle physically good, it's the systems on it, it's the torpedoes and and how that those kind of systems generate the gameplay we want.
That's why already we try to bespokely tune the ballista torpedoes and missiles to kind of fit more into the anti-air role, as well as the Centurion turret, by the way. Now the turret has gimbals as well, so it's more ranges, has more ammo, to try to enhance the peculiarities of the anti-air vehicles as well.
Any hope for some kind of throttle control or something on ground vehicles? Is it still just a press and you go to your top speed? Can we?
I think it's somewhere in some to-do list, but it's compared to other things, it's relatively low.
Being able to fine-tune that control and whatnot.
Yeah, but this is like in the it is somewhere as a ticket. I think in my list even, I don't know. But it's like compared to other things, like really low priority. So I wouldn't wait for it for now.
All right, folks, that's it. That's our time. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for tuning in to Starcitizen Live, Vehicle Flight and Balance. Yogi, Mattia, and Rich, as always, thank you for taking the time out of your Thursday to come. Yogi, you literally have a flight. You have a taxi waiting to take you to the airport and go. Thank you.
What's the time now?
You've got 3 minutes.
See,
so
I'm
doing my wrap up, but trying to convince him to do a show. It's like, I've got to leave for an airport. I'm like, I promise I'll make it in time. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for talking so in depth about the flight model stuff. If just judging from the Twitch chat, I think a lot of folks are anticipating those things. For folks on in the various marketing stuff, yes, Alien Week does launch today. That should launch in roughly 2-ish minutes. Those people are doing that. That's the Alien Week promotion where all those alien ships come back, and the new Asperia Prowler utility, which will have a BTS episode that goes live on YouTube in just a minute, and you get to learn all about that. And yes, Virginia, it's true. It's more accessible, and it's not nearly as wallet prohibitive as the original Prowler. Also, lots of improvements to the original Prowler. You want to check out the Q&A for the Prowler utility, and we go through a bunch of the improvements we've made to the Prowler along with this work. So check that stuff out. For SCL, I'm Jared. That's been Rich. It's been Yogi. That's been Mattia. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this week, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. No show next week. Bye, everybody.
Ciao, ciao.
Oh.
It is Italian. All right, y'all. So I did also say 4.2 release. It's not. I thought it was coming out this week because they said they were going to come out with Alien Week. It's not coming out until next week. But yeah, 4.2 is coming out next week. Almost certainly now. The new Prowler utility, aka the pregnant shrimp. Yeah. They're not going to make a Road Tech. They don't even have Road Tech version 1. They acknowledge the Prowler is overpriced while also making the utility overpriced. The ship actually isn't actually out until 4.2 comes out. Yes, but it is available in PTU right now. The Raylan's only $225? Jesus. Hey, Mr. Photog. How you doing? Flat, horizontally aligned roads, no deviations of that formula. We'll see. Pothole tech when? Any distribution center missions these days? I don't think so. I haven't seen any of them. I don't think they work. I do see delivery missions to distribution centers, but not like the actual missions themselves. Then again, I don't have rep in that direction, so I don't know. Yeah, I heard Spaceballs 2 has been announced. It's weird. I thought they announced that a while ago, but apparently it's being announced. If they don't call it the search for more money, we riot. Exactly. DC missions exist if you're on the planet Gamma Ray. Okay. Soon enough, Jolie. It'll come out in probably the next couple of months. I'd be surprised if it's not out by Citizen Con or IAE. One cool thing is you can use the tractor beam to grab components from places like the PAF garages and place them on the grid without landing and getting out. Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, the Star Runner has a place where you can put cargo in that is shielded, but it's not itself. I think I want to be a morally gray player as soon as I see trespassing, I panic. I don't panic. I just panic I'm going to get shot. It means they know I'm here. No, the Prowler cargo is not shielded. The Prowler itself is stealthy. Not the ship. It's not the cargo bay. You can't scan a ship if you can't see the fucking ship. Ciao is the most common greeting in Germany. Really? That's weird. That's fucking Italian. That'd be like the most common greeting in America being adios or hola. Weird. They both said chat. That's true. Gremlin was saying that Mateo is Spanish. He might be. Someone else said that Mateo is also an Italian name. So. Yes, that is the most common greeting in America. There, Darj. Discus. Ciao is not really the most common greeting in Germany. Okay. Might just be a popular one. Mateo Ricci. I mean, aren't they in the border? I can't remember all of the borders. I can't remember if Switzerland is like blocking France. It does not blocking France and Italy, but it might be blocking Germany and Italy. Darj, you live in that part of the world. You probably know better than I do. How many languages do I speak? I know a little bit of Mandarin, a little bit of Japanese. I know a lot of Spanish. I used to be fluent in Spanish. And I know American English. Switzerland and Austria. Holy fucking, my brain just started there. Because your country borders on Italy, if I remember correctly. So yeah, it's blocked by Austria and Switzerland. Okay. Or does yours? Because you're on the not the Mediterranean. What the fuck is that called? The sea between Italy and the Balkans. Adriatic. Yeah, you're on the Adriatic. You're like that close. English is gray. American is gray. Yeah, English is gray with an E. American is gray with an A. American is how many guns? English is like, it's funny because English is gray with an E, but I think the last name is even in America is almost always spelled with an E, Grey, because it's the last name. But in America, the English is we always spell it as Gray. Canada, it varies who I'm talking with. Which part of Canada? English is also color and armor, but American is gunmetal. I love that. In Canada, it's necessary to apologize with Suri 90% of the time for no reason, especially when you're about to commit a war crime. And, trust the Canadians know what a war crime is. They invented them. Americans think that the war crime stick was invented by Americans during World War I. It was the Canadians using American war crime sticks in World War I. The Americans just merely adopted the war crime stick when they showed up. The reason why America is so crazy is because we're the only country that can contain Canadians, the Canadian wrath. It's an anger clinic set up, surrounded by an insane asylum. And the sea. What's the war crime stick? Something to do with white phosphorus? So the Germans complained that the automatic shotgun, well, it wasn't really automatic. Yeah, I guess it was automatic shotgun. That the shotgun use during trench warfare was unfair because all you had to do was sweep. Basically, I forgot which version of what type of shotgun it was, but it was a situation where you could pull back the action and then just pull the trigger, and it would fire every single shotgun, every single shell in the chamber. The trench gun, yeah, I forgot. More notable people about World War I weaponry probably know about that. The slam fire, yeah. So basically, all that a doughboy had to do was get into a trench, point the gun in the direction of the enemy, pull the trigger, and then sweep it across the entire trench, and it would just fire every single round, the slam fire every round in out as you do it. You still have to pump it? Winchester model 1897. Yeah, it wasn't automatic. Okay, but it was almost automatic. You hold down the trigger, and each time you racked, it would fire. Okay, so you pull down the trigger and just really effective at clearing out a trench when you can hit every single person within a gun arc sweep with birdshot or a slug. With slam firing the shotgun. Yeah, thank you. I thought it was I've always heard the story that it was an American invention, but it, from what I've heard, is that it actually was first used by the Canadians during World War I. It's an American gun, but I think the Canadians used it in World War I, and it was the Americans who made the Germans really pissed off about it. Okay, fun fact, Maxim invented the bump stock. I'm not surprised. Shrapnel rounds, okay. There's a huge Italian population in Germany. Also, Italy is one of the top destinations that Germans and Dutch flock to seasonally for vacation. That's interesting. That's interesting to know, Gremlin, because I live in an area that is predominantly two ethnicities, Mexican and German. Lots of German names here in Texas. Lots of German names. Slamfire trench gun, an early Mossberg 500. It was designed by John Browning to remove the Colt. When he worked for Fabrique Nationale. Because I know a lot of FN stuff was John Browning's. An unusual combination. When you have a place like Manchaca, which is everyone calls Manchaca because they're wrong, right next to a place called Pflugerville, and spelled just like you think, with all of the random German spellings you could put in there. No, it's the Canadians aren't passive aggressive. They're aggressive aggressive. They're just passive about the afterwards. Oh, you worked for Winchester, Colt, and then for Fabrique Nationale. Okay. I just love saying that, Fabrique Nationale. So cool. I know it's the Dutch, right? The Germans and Polish teamed up to bring a brewmaster to Texas and set up the Shiner Brewery. Yeah, that's true. The most popular, I would say not the most popular, but the most influential beer in Texas is called Shinerbach. Made by Shiner Brewing Company. I didn't know that. That's even funnier. Pflugerville means plow town. It's not good, Darsh. It's not bad, but it's not good. It's a good, relatively cheap beer. You aren't going to get like It's not water, but it's not like super strong. Shiner Bock is really good. It's a good beer to drink while you're drinking beer. Not one you want to have like paired with some fancy stuff. It's like you want a 6-pack that's not gonna cost you an arm and a leg, but doesn't taste like piss water. There you go. Oh, it's better than Middle Light. Just don't expect microbrewery or like actual good booze. It's American beer still. I think Germans are one of the largest ethnic groups in America. I think Scandinavians are also another large ethnic group in America, mostly Midwest. Fun fact, before I go, my dad lived in Cincinnati working for Procter & Gamble when he was younger. And the thing that he always, because he spoke Latin, German, English, and Spanish. And when he was in Cincinnati, one of the most common phrases used to say thank you was please. And he found that what he discovered was that people used please as a way of saying thank you because and maybe remember this, but derived from bitte, the German bitte. As a German, that brand of beer, what, Scheinerbach? It's not German, it's American, but it's a German name, Polish, I think. So yeah, that's what it was. It wasn't thank you. It was you're welcome. So if you because what would happen is if you open the door, because my dad talked about this experience where someone held the door open for him. He was walking in when he first moved to Cincinnati, and he walked in and he said thank you, and they said please in response. And it's like, that's a weird fucking response. And every time someone would say thank you, some people would say please instead of thank you. And he found out that it was bitte. That they were pulling it from bitte, but it was just a mistranslation of bitte because there's so many German speakers in Ohio that it's just sort of got twisted because because bitte uses both, yeah. So I imagine some German who just was going to say bitte, translated bitte as please, but because bitte is please and thank you in both in German, he just said please instead of thank you, and people just started using that. Listen, Miguel, you can't even blame that on CIG's naming conventions. It's literally a physics thing. Jerk I discovered it's literally just a physics. I thought it was like some term used for like flight enthusiasts, and then someone's like, no, it's literally what you call it in physics. The term is called jerk. It's like, you disgusting scientists. Science, you nasty bitch. Yeah, it's the rate of change of acceleration. Nasty. Nasty. Hello became a greeting because of the telephone. Alexander Graham Bell wanted people to say ahoy. Edison wanted to say hello. Oh, I think ahoy is better. Is that why? That's why Mr. Burns says ahoy hoy in Simpsons. No, I know. It's like, does anyone know the name of Space Jazz? I will do my best to catch it if it gets caught. Jizz. That was invented by why am I blanking on his fucking name? George. He's in a Star Wars, yeah. Why I can't even fucking remember. Lucas, thank you. But that was before jizz was associated with what it currently is associated with. Yeah, Burns was old enough to have been taught that. Icon, the thing is that like the writers for The Simpsons are really clever. So that's probably what it was originally for, was because he was supposed to be old enough to respond like that. I wonder where Howdy comes from. Because that's older than Kelvin and stuff like that. Oh, how do you do? Okay, it's just a typical Americanism of crunching everything together. Instead of how do you do, just say howdy. Interesting. We love to crunch things together. That's not even American. That's just a typical. I'm sure there's like a language term for it, where like over time we just make things shorter. One of my favorites is when I teach economics, one of the things we talk about is economic systems. So when we talk about communism and command economy, I have to like explain what the bourgeoisie is. But instead of saying the bourgeoisie, I ask the class, how many of you know what bougie is? And my class will go, oh, of course I know what bougie is. And I'll say, what is bougie? And they'll explain like what bougie means in terms of the thing. And I'm like, you just described the bourgeoisie. All that bougie is a contraction of bourgeoisie. That's all it is. So that's one of the fascinating parts. Nothing in capitalism like that, though. Southern slang for how do you do is kind of like in the South we do jeet, but not nearly. I've never heard jeet. I've heard that before. I've heard jeet, the DG, like did you eat? Like that, but not like did you eat, not jeet. So tell me about the new Prowler utility. Have you not seen it there, X? Colloquialisms, not contractions. I'm sorry. I love multiple contractions. Yaldev? Yeah. I don't think I've ever said hello. Really? I'd say it a little bit. Yes, but I want to know what you think. It's overpriced. I can see its usefulness. The utility is definitely it's a smuggler ship. Like, it's not going to be a smuggler ship right now because it's got too high of signature, but its goal is to be a stealth ship that you can move large portions of cargo, but it also has multiple people in it. It has some teeth to defend it. It has an internal cargo bay, and it has its own tractor beam. It's designed for smuggling. It can also be used as like a stealth dropship for ATLSs, so like for vehicles, because the vehicles can fit on the cargo grid. You could actually put small vehicles on it. If it fits with an 16 SCU cargo, which I don't think is much, might be able to attach MTC on that, but I don't think so. Yeah, it's designed as a extraction cargo ship. Won't they have large objects on ADS sites that you want to extract with? Yeah. but you can't. You have to go through the with the battle, don't you? It's fun trying to explain communism, democratic socialism, social democracy. The hardest part to do when talking about economic systems is to try to teach kids that what I'm teaching them isn't politics, but it does relate to politics. So like when I'm talking about capitalism, I'm talking about the economic system of capitalism, which many of them already use the word, if I use the word capitalism, they're already like tuned out. And same thing with communism. Use the word communism, some just tune out because those are loaded words these days. So I often teach them in the more generic term, which is market system, man system, and mixed system. And then use those as the generics to be able to understand what those mean. Because a lot of people don't know what that means. Many things directly relate to politics. It's kind of the point of politics. Yeah, but to understand the idea, my goal as a teacher, as an educator, is to understand the basics of what those are, so they can understand the framework of what those systems function as. And once they understand the framework, then I can relate it back to politics in terms of like why a government would be interested in market system over the command system, or the command system over the market system. One of the examples I personally use is Sweden, which is a great example of a system that was more command and then eventually went more market, but didn't lose the command elements. But it did so because of the needs of the people who were living in Sweden. It needed to change because things weren't working well in the 70s, and so they did a few things to change up to become more market, but they didn't abandon all of those principles that made them command in the first place, which allowed them to prosper. There's a reason why they're doing really well today. Please teach them the actual definitions of those words. Not everything used to be political. Yeah, that's the idea. Sorry, my own stuff. Hey, how you doing, Vashkor? Unfortunately, economic systems haven't been just become political, but also religious. Yeah. It's because their parents are dummies. Listen, I'm not here to judge anyone's parents. My job is to teach them the way the world works. And as somebody who teaches economics, I am, I think I put this across to my kids enough, is that to understand economics is to understand why 90% of the things in the world happen. If you want to know the other 10%, go study psychology. Yeah, we did a lot. We did a captain's table. We've done a office hours. So we're finishing up today, though. We watched the Star Citizen live on vehicle and flight balance. We watched the IS, or the ship thing on the new Prowler Ute. We looked into the Prowler Ute, all that kind of stuff. Do all students have to attend these classes, or is it an intended subset? All students in the United States, as far as I know, have to take an economics class. Now, the definition of economics is varied, but typically it's somewhere between personal finance and economic 101. We learned that Canadians are gentle, but not always nice. They're polite, but they can be rough. Teaching about how people hate red tape and regulation. Yeah, well, I specifically teach, one of the things I teach them is the stock market collapse, and of course the 2008 crisis. But one of the big ones that I focus on is the stagflation and the economic crisis of the 70s, because that helps them understand both why the command system eventually failed, and why the current, the pure market system doesn't function well. and why the world went more towards mixed economies, what we would today, what a lot of people call, neoliberalism. I got a big one for you there, Dibley. 08 was when I graduated. 09 was when I graduated college. So I came in a year after that. Smoot Hawley, yep. Talk about Smoot Hawley. But it wasn't just Smoot Hawley. It was also the things like the Dust Bowl was happening, unregulated betting on the stock market, using loans, cheap, easy loans, those sorts of things. So the U.S. Department of Education sets out an approved list of things. Usually, I believe it's approved by Congress. I don't know if that's the case or not. But I know that the Department of Education sets out a specific broad topic sets. So there are classes with general ideas of what they're supposed to be in order to be recognized by the U.S. Department of Education. And every state then takes those requirements and then makes them more concise. So Texas has what are called the TEKS, or Texas Essential Knowledge. I believe it's called Texas Essential Knowledge. So these are each of these TEKS are specific, like usually sentenced to maybe a paragraph, which break down each section of each class. And the state itself has its own requirements for what classes to take and when. Some states have different requirements in terms of like what class you take when. Some are a little bit more loose, but all of them are based off of that national standard that gives you the standards in the first place. Keynes versus Hayek. Yes, that's what we talk about. I talk about it. I don't go into Keynes versus Hayek too much, mostly to teach them Keynes and teach them Hayek and explain why they kind of both have realistic things, and that the basis between Keynes and Hayek is sort of the basis between because I also teach these same kids government, so we teach about politicals and political ideologies, and we still talk about how the Keynes is mostly the left spectrum and Hayek is mostly the right spectrum. They differentiate as they go through. Intro to barbecue, intermediate barbecue, and advanced barbecue. Man, I wish. In 08, I was in the oil field doing engineering work for the Gulf. I'm actually going to get new money. Good money. What's the wrong spectrum? CIGs? Yeah, I teach about, we don't have enough time for them to read Wealth of Nations or Das Kapital because those things are fucking massive. I don't even have enough time to read like Keynes's books or Keynes's even small segments of it. So I have to give them the sort of Cliff's Notes version of the of each of those. But you also to understand the Wealth of Nations and understand Adam Smith, you have to understand the context of what Adam Smith was writing in, which was mercantilism, which sucked ass, which is also one of the reasons why America, super heavy duty, just sort of dunked our heads into the Wealth of Nations and Smith's ideals because of this one guy who may have heard of him if you're in America by the name of Alexander Hamilton, was a big fan. It helped that the Wealth of Nations was written in 1776, and the fuck is required. Sorry, this is also getting to me because I'm also writing a book. No, I'm writing a book, but I'm writing a script on the economic system of Star Citizen. So the economic systems of the UEE and how it functions. So to give you the short breakdown, Unsurprisingly, the UEE is a reflection of the kind of world economy we have today, where there is a large central authority, but they have loose control over the individual states. Some places they're a little bit more aligned, some places they aren't as aligned, but there is a regulatory body that regulates things like money. The UEC, United Earth Credit, is only issued by the UEE, and it is distributed like by the Central Core Bank, very similar to Federal Reserve systems in like Canada and US. But a lot of regulatory authority for how economics works is delegated to the individual systems. So there may be multiple economic systems inside even in a planet themselves, because planets are made up of nations, and each nation is run by a governor. Some planets only have one governor, one nation, but most of them have multiples, 2 to 3. And while each governor is a member of the Governor's Council, which is the ruling body of an entire planet, they still are limited based off of their authority. Some Governor's Councils have complete authority, some of them have less authority, giving more authority to the individual nations. So you could have very different laws from planet to planet. We're just sort of weird right now because we're in Stanton, because each planet is controlled by a solo corporation. And I don't think we're going to really see nations become an issue until Terra. And there might be multiple nations on Terra, probably more like a dozen or so. Because I'm pretty sure that Terra City, I think it's just called Prime. Yeah, it's called Prime. Prime, the capital city of Terra, is its own nation, whereas New Austin is in a different nation, and Nova Kiev is in a different nation, and Kazi is its own nation. I'm pretty sure Kazi is its own nation, which is where the Grazer comes from. You're gonna need a passport for Terra? No, you won't, because there's no passport requirements between nations. You don't even have to be a citizen. But if you are a citizen, there are less regulatory hoops for you to go through. Is it nation or is it state? I believe it's state. You're right. I think it's called state, but so I might be flipping those. But yeah. Ah, shoot. Josh Hawley isn't related to Willis C. Hawley. I thought it would be been appropriate. Not gonna get into that one. We don't know 100% about movement in the Star Citizen universe, but it is referenced that citizens are easier to move around. And you can see how divided the UEE actually is, where the vast majority of UEE space is made up of dozens of states. It is state, not nation. My bad on that one. Dozens of states in just one planet, let alone 30 to 50 planets. I think there's 30-something systems, but several of those systems have multiple planets in them which are represented. Like Earth has 2, Sol and Mars, or Earth and Mars. And then there's also like 2 in the Croshaw system. So that's just full right there. And of course, there are superstates on Earth, so there's no longer... there might be some smaller countries out there that are individual states in the UEE, but like Americanio is basically all of North and South America. And then there's Asiatica, which is all of main Asia. And then there's Europa, or there's Europe. I think it's just called Europe, which is Europe. I think Africa has its own superstate, but it may also include the Middle East. So. The UE is similar to Shenzhen. Just remember that citizens do not make up the bulk of the people of UE. No, you're a civilian. Most people are civilians. You should do a paper on the economy of Pyro and how we're going to make how we were able to corner the market on grade A military components. That's called theft. Unregulated theft. What is Shingen? What are we talking about? I've seen multiple people making that reference. I don't get that reference. Excuse you, legitimate salvage. Okay, so I just Googled it. 29 European countries officially abolished the border controls and common borders. Okay. Oh, it's named after the 1985 Shenzhen Agreement and the 1990 Shenzhen Convention, both signed in Shenzhen, Luxembourg. Oh, so it's a Luxembourg. Okay. Wait, hold up. No, you didn't. I was going to say, did y'all motherfuckers manage to get Finland to agree? No, Finland isn't part of that. No, it might be. That's the same. It's similar to the Shenzhen area in Europe, or would be similar to the US, where you can go from state to state without any identification. Tokyo Accord. Yeah, that makes sense. That's the utilities lore video coming along. All right, folks, do you think we'll rage about being an awful cargo ship with considering it's a specialist vehicle? Schengen. So like, she and Jen again. It's like she in gen, or is it Shen gen? G, like hard G go. So Schengen. As I say, sounds Chinese. It's German. Okay. Yeah, Luxembourg makes sense. You never know when a Finn is angry. Everyone around you will know, but the dead won't know anything. God. There's only one word I know in Finnish, and it's probably the only word you need to know in Finnish, based off of what I understand about the Finns, which is perkele. As long as you know that word, you should blend in fine. It's kind of like the old joke about how you can get around Mexico is just no chingato. If you can just say chingue, then you'll be fine. I've heard the word perkele is like used for a variety of insults. Schengen is the common UE customs free zone. Yeah, but I had to look it up because people were constantly referencing it. I was like, I don't know what that is. Yeah, from just my quick Google search, I picked up that like Malta is part of the the EU, but not part of it. So, what you call theft, I call righteous reclamation. It's for the profit, right? You steal it for the profit, and I don't mean the money profit. Usually spoken as an abjuration. Yeah, profit with an E, not an I. With PHE, not an I, not an FI. Berkeley. Yeah, okay. Time to find the cave of the prophet on her stand. So for those of you who can't watch, Alex said, "You never know. You'll never know when a Finn is angry. Everyone around you will know, but the dead know nothing." So Chris says, "I'm Finnish," and Alex responds with, "Hi, Chris. Very nice to meet you. Please put down the Mosin." Raymond, you okay? It's a series of overlapping zones: the EU, the Eurozone, the Schengen area, much like the UK, but not just being Great Britain nor British Isles as a whole. Okay. It's universal. It's use it for insult purposes and also an adjective. Even Iceland's also a Danish territory, right? Greenland is, okay. Iceland's independent. I forget. I know Iceland's one of the. I know it's Inuit, but it's also Scandinavian. So. Oh, it's Cyprus and not Malta. That's what I was thinking. One of those islands. Cyprus is a EU state, but I think they're not party to the agreement. I think they haven't agreed on it yet, is what I saw. That Finnish. Icelanders are Vikings. Well, they're descended from Vikings. Kind of like a lot of the Americans in Texas are descended from settlers and from rancheros. Scandinavians, yeah. Vikings are a very specific type of person. Hey, Paul, why did Norway put barcodes on their warships so they could scan the Navy in? I don't get it. Oh, I get it now. Also, given the utility gives us some new insight about the Tavaran warfare tactics, what do you think the ground vehicle utility is likely to carry? I don't think it's actually a Tavaran vehicle. I think it's a human modification of the Tavaran vehicle. I think what we're seeing is not a recreation, but a adaptation of Tavaran tech with human technology. They even say that sort of thing in the announcements. So I don't think it was ever designed by the Tavaran during the Tavaran Wars. I believe it was designed by Speria hiring Tavaran engineers to develop it. Yeah, in concept, it supports the Prowler, but I imagine because warfare was very different in the 26th century than it is today, I imagine the requirement to quickly deploy vehicles wasn't nearly as important then as it is now. I mean, generally I do that, but I know Greenland was. I get Greenland and Iceland mixed up because they're both so close to each other, so close, and I also know that they were both generally under the purvey of the Scandinavian countries. I thought so. I'm part Inuit. I never heard of the Inuit and Inuit in Iceland. Turns out Iceland did not have a native human population. That's interesting. Inuit is definitely in Greenland. You know that. I thought they recreated it from contemporary UPE field reports. Partially, the original Prowler, yes, not the utility. And they also captured. They also had a bunch of Prowlers that they discovered on Cabal. Because there was that abandoned Tavaran colony on Cabal. I'm reading that Prowler utility. Okay, let me see if I look it up again. Because it would be on the store website, right? So I didn't see it there. I'll read to you exactly what it says. Discover peak design, heightened functionality, and alien heritage reimagined for a new age. Welcome to the Prowler utility, a new recreation for the seamless hauling and landing in Alpha 4.2. Like its predecessor, this new variant honors the organic design of the infamous Tavaran ship entrusted to Asperia years ago. With additional storage and comprehensive weaponry, the Prowler utility offers so much more than its classic aesthetics. I'm not seeing anywhere where it was originally developed as a Tavaran cargo ship. Yeah, there's no lore here that I can see that has that. I'm reading what Pipeline had about it, where they blurb where it came from, which is fine, but that's not an official source. Where is this in-game description found, though? What do you think the Hadesian storyline will be like? Spooky. Tavaran were hit and run specialists. I'm not sure about their experience holding and occupying hostile territory. Poor. They only conquered one planet in the first Tavaran War, and they only conquered one planet in the second Tavaran War, and both were abject disasters for them. Is this in-game, or is this just their extraction from the files? I believe it was in the files. So I wouldn't necessarily take everything from the files as gospel quite yet. That could easily have been a working prompt that they haven't fully put in there. Yeah, we can't see the shop terminal yet, so it'd be hard to see if it's in there. But I'll read it off, because that could also change, because it's likely not going to go into the shops right away. No, it should. While there is no known Tavaran-made examples of this historical ship exists, historians at Asperia studied contemporary UPE military field reports to reconstruct this modified Prowler. Used by the Tavaran military to deliver urgency-needed supplies to the front line, the Prowler utility pairs a tractor beam with fully accessible hold alongside the warship's still significant armaments to make the transfer of cargo and battlefield conditions a precision operation. Just based off of that, it's First Tavaran War, not Second Tavaran War, because Second Tavaran War was against the UEE. And it's likely not a vehicle transport, it's likely just a cargo transport. And like a lot of things, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a modification of the Prowler after the fact. The Banu will not appear in Squadron 42. I don't think they will. I'd love to see them, but I don't think we will. Well, they might, because there is a mention in one of the side missions of what we've seen with the vertical slice, with you rescuing hostages, people who've been kidnapped because like they're going to be sold to the Banu. We don't know if they had tractor beams in that area. I don't remember hearing any evidence of tractor beams, but not even a spoiler alert. It's this vertical slice. It's the vertical slice mission. And we don't know how much that's going to be changed, but yeah, it's been released. From 8 years ago, yeah. Is Canada part of it? Schengen? I know they were in negotiations with the I keep saying that, with the EU recently. Wouldn't the Tavaran have military cargo craft specific to purpose and civilian cargo ships as well? We don't know if they have civilian cargo ships. There may have not been civilian traffic at all under the Tavaran. Because you got to remember, the leader of the Tavaran people was called the warlord. So while their society wasn't entirely martial, it was the basis of power. War and combat was how you determined who was leading whatever nation. So Canada negotiation with the UAE, yes. When do you think we'll be able to see the Karthak? 2035. Basically Tavaran Spartans, yes. And their main conflict, or their main governance, was basically everyone was under the Rajura, which is a Tavaran version of Bushido. And they took it very seriously. But at the same time, they didn't seem to have developed much of a civilian industry. Everything had to have some sort of military application to it. So, as a result, there probably wasn't any civilian Tavaran craft. Were Tavaran warrior cults or warlord clans? They were warlord clans that specifically collated. Basically, one, we don't know who, Tavaran ended up conquering all of the other bands, the other Tavaran nations, and creating the Tavaran Principality, I think it was called. I always forget the name of their old. Tavaran Sovereignty, that's what they were called. And they had two systems. One was called the Kalithala, and the other one was called Cabal, which is what it's still called today. Cabal, with a K. So we're like Mandalorians. Yeah, so it's like Mandalorians, yeah, kind of. They're heavily inspired by Mandalorians and by of course, the Kilrathi. They're the Star Citizen version of the Kilrathi. Little behind there, Gremlin, aren't you? They're not really sovereign if they have to put the name sovereignty in the name. There's the countries with republic in their names are rarely republics. They're sovereign in the sense that they were under a single warlord. Kind of figured they'd be like a grab bite since they're heavies from what we know, and quick, hard hitting, stealthy, very mobile. And that makes sense with the drop seats. Could drop maybe 2 Nox-sized Vics in a crew, possibly. It's hard to know if the Tevs would have that sort of thing because CIG have to develop those vessels. Though I wouldn't put it past CIG to make a Tavaran land vehicle. I do want them to make the Tavaran tank, but because we know they exist, they've been written about in lore. They specifically were weak against fucking cyclones, though, so I don't know how big they would be. So the Storm is based on the Tavaran tank. Probably, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if the Storm its lore ends up being it's partially inspired by Tavaran hover tanks. You got to remember that a lot of Tumbrel's designs are old. The Nova was built in the Second Tavaran War, same with the Storm. So they're built in a time when war required very different things than they do today. I now have imagined of a Renault of a Tavaran tank being like the Renault FT, just a hover vehicle with 2-man crew. I would love to see a Tavaran Corvette. If I want to see of the alien ships, I want to see a Banu utility ship, so like a Banu industry ship, a Tavaran Corvette, the Tavaran Jackal, the 2-man heavy fighter, and a Xi'an bomber. Oh. No, like a medium to Banu industry ship. So a Banu industry is a ship that has like salvage, repair, and refining capabilities all on top because it's fucking the Banu. Why not? You know, if you take the Prowler being the standard workhorse of the Tevi fleet, take a Prowler, just yoink on the cargo bay, give it a grapple clause like the Clone Army's ATTE lander, boom, tank transporter. I could see that, but because we actually don't know what kind of cargo bay they would have used. But the cargo bay itself is too small to hold a tank. Maybe if you remove that internal, that middle section walkway. The Crucible is going to get a redesign. I think it's going to get a ground-up redesign. But even if militaristic people like the Tavaran would have significant sectors of the population engaged in non-militaristic pursuits, yes, you're right, Ranaman. There would be non-military people because they have the logistics chains and stuff like that, and probably art and sciences. But you got to remember that it's all done for the benefit of the military. So anything that would be done for the society would benefit the military overlords. You can think of it as similar to the his name. I'm just forgetting a lot of stuff today. not a daimyo. What was his name? Shogun. The shogunate era of Japanese history, where you would have a warlord in charge. Technically, the emperor was still in charge of Japan, but the shogun is really the one in charge of Japan at the time. Similar to that, where like everything has to go through the military hierarchy to be approved. So even if they had civilian stuff, it would probably be military vessels for civilian usage. Like, there might be a transport vessel, but it's probably a military transport vessel that's being used by civilians. I think daimyo just means lord, if I remember correctly. It's like a regional lord. Edo period Japan. Thank you, Alex. So it's weird that by reading the lore, I've come to the conclusion that the Devarn could mimic human voices similar to modern parrots with even more precision and skill. I wouldn't be surprised. We don't know a ton about their biology or their culture other than the Rajora. But I'm hoping, and this is probably a complete fucking, like, not true, but I know that when fairly recently, in the last 3 years, that CIG was working on the Devarn. The writers were trying to figure out the Devarn. And they still haven't released the Devarn language guide, which should be a thing. And I'm hoping that the release of the Prowler Ute is going to be one of those things that shows that they have been delving further into the Devarn culture to help them out a little bit. I love the idea. You can picture Tevi's deep strike troops hacking into human comms and mimicking them to lure them into traps. Yeah, the Devarn are a species that believes in honorable combat, but when by any means necessary honorable combat. They are not above being sneaky little fucks, which is why when they had to be forced into a face-to-face punching match, they lost the punching match because like they just didn't have the bulk to deal with it. Like from what I could find, the Second Devarn War was only won by the Devarn capital ships because the Gladiuses were basically styling on the Talons. Like they would fucking just beat the shit out of the Talons, proving that the only thing that the Talons had an advantage compared to the UPE and now the UEE time was that they were technologically more advanced. Their pilots weren't necessarily better. Their technology was just more advanced, so they could easily lean on shield technology for fighters to deal with it. The second they had to face a fucking shielded human fighter, they just got their fucking lunch ate. Where are you getting that, Alex? That'd be an interesting thing. Where are you getting that information? Because I want to know where that. It's the only thing I've ever heard about the Nuole was they used the Prowlers. And that they were really good infiltration specialists. Gotta love a good ruse de guerre. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like a term for like shadow of war or something like that. Or I'm not getting that information, I'm inferring it. Ah, okay. That would make sense, though. That would make sense. That would make them very good at what they did. It also would understand why Tavaran so easily fall into UEE ranks, because I do know that there's at least one reference of an officer on board the Stanton who's talking to the main character of Squadron 42 and says, every single ship I've ever served on has had a Tavaran. It's weird that there's not one here on the Stanton. So being so ubiquitous that like every single UEE Navy ship has at least one Tavaran on it, or feels like that, means that Tavaran are fairly common in both the UEE and especially in the military. And the only reason why they'd be able to do so well would if they could not only adapt, but if they could speak human languages very well. Trick of war. Okay. If what you did brought victory, and that was honorable and fair, even if the tactics were unhanded and sneaky. Yeah. But yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Like, they're built for battle, not for war. Tavaran are very good fighters, and they're very smart, but it's clear that their culture wasn't super effective at dealing with what humans are very good at, which also would explain why they didn't do so well, because their logistics train was shit. Like, Cabal fell apart before the First Tavaran War even finished, and humans didn't even discover it. It's because they had no logistics. They couldn't keep up and survive there. When you have a military that is locked into a very strict code, is when you come up against a military, you'll have trouble. You'll have trouble adapting. Because it's clear from what I've read about the First Tavaran War, and I'm doing this because I'm doing the part 6 of the complete history of the Star Citizen universe, which is coming. Part 5 is coming soon. I actually literally talked with my editor, and he's like, we're finishing it up. So part 6 is the Tavaran War. And from my study of the Tavaran War, the Tavaran blitzkrieged through most of their early systems they had. The second they hit resistance, when humanity finally put up some resistance, is when they sort of stopped. And while the Battle of Idris IV was bloody and devastating for humanity, it proved that with the right application of excessive violence and using the odds value that the UPE had much more people than the Tavaran did, that they could win the war. It also helped that, you had people like Adam Kor, who was a sneaky little fucker himself and was able to sneak into their planetary defense system and blow it up. So effectively, even in the Second Tavaran War, the reason why they were able to be so effective is because they had hit and run. They never stopped. Because they never stopped, they never had to deal with the full combined might of the UEE Navy. They could constantly attack the Navy, and if the Navy was too hard to beat, they just attacked the civilian population to force the Navy to split off to deal with the civilian population, which then, reduced the number they had to fight. And they either beat them and left, or retreated and left and kept on the move. The one time they stopped was during, ironically, Oberon. They invaded and conquered Oberon. And that one-time stop was where the Marines first showed up. So during the Second Tavaran War, the Marines invaded Oberon and basically punched the dick off the Tavaran. It was the first use of the Marines during the war, because the Army was too stressed to deal with it. The Navy was too stressed to deal with everything else. But so the Marines were sent in, and the Marines did what the Marines did best. They were given a rock and a stick and said, go take that planet. And they took the planet. It's also, I think, the first use of nails was during that invasion. More like World War II? Yes, very similar to World War II. I think that's where it's implied as. Early successes, and they slowly realized they woke the sleeping giant and couldn't compete with its resources and size. At that point, it was too late to back out and turn to victory or death. Yeah. No, you're thinking, Icon, you're thinking of the Greys. The Greys were the humans who went to the hills, and when Tevarin were like, why aren't these humans surrendering and becoming a part of our culture like they should do, like our culture says they should do? The humans said, lol, gun to face. Lol, I will blow up your logistics, I will blow up your communications systems and run away back to the hills, and you have to find me. Hey, they did not handle guerrilla warfare very well at all. For a culture based around hit and run and like a lot of underhanded tactics, they fucking flopped on their faces the second they faced a society that did not give a fuck about saying no. Best part was I believe the leader of the Greys was a school teacher. She had no military experience whatsoever, but she could rally people together because she was charismatic. Not to say that Tevarin didn't make the fucking Grey's life a living hell, but I believe, actually, the headquarters of... not the headquarters, that's in Davian. Yeah, it's in Davian. But I do believe that the Battle of Idris 4 is where the Idris plants are built. So Idrises are built on the Battle of Idris 4. Because they called it the Hill, which was this spaceport on Idris 4 that the Tevarin had built. And I think it's implied that the current Idris naval yard, where they build the Idris frigates, is on that spaceport. Well, according to the Tevarin sort of Rejora, it was expected that if you defeated an enemy, that you would bring that enemy force and their people into your culture, and those people would be expected to adapt to your culture, but you were expected to protect them if you were the conqueror. So it's more of you would take the responsibility of these people under your own care, and you're expected to treat them as if you would treat your own people. So the Tevarin expected that they had beaten the humans, so the humans would then accept a defeat, and then they would treat them like they would treat their people. But, a handful of them said, go fuck yourself. Do it. It's a good book. It's called Panic Eyes. You can get that link right there. She's a horror author, horror and suspense author. Thoughts on what is your thought on Jalan is like? From what we've heard, it's very hilly. It's very mountainous with lots of valleys and a lot of swamps, because the Tevarin used to live in the mountaintops. So most of their old cities are built into the tops of mountains. But now that's where all the humans live, and the Tevarin are forced to live in the swamps, which are at the base of these mountains. We know that the current senator was from those swampy areas and came from a family of criminals, and ended up joining the UEE Navy as a way of getting away from being caught. Found out that they actually joined the army, and then found out he liked the discipline in the army, and then joined the Navy after getting out of the army. That's a very Celtic way of thinking. You taking your defeated enemy, expecting to adapt your ways and become more you than more than you in the process. Yeah, there's a lot of inspirations behind a lot of it. So, hey Paul, I completed your Star Citizen lore video playlist. I love every single video, all 211, even the shorts. How long is that playlist? I haven't even checked the hours on that thing. It's got to be over 24 hours now. You've become an expert, more than me, on the Star Citizen lore, thou. Oh. All right, y'all. Enjoy the Tevarin Prowler. Hopefully this means we get more Tevarin stuff. 4.2 is coming out next week. I love every bit that you covered. Thank you. I'm going to wrap this up here because I gotta get some food in me. I haven't eaten anything all day. I basically got up and started streaming, and it's 3:40 my time. So, whew. But yes, I will also there will be another video released this week. I haven't finished it quite yet, but I do want to get it done on the review on the Cutter series. And there's going to be another video, which is the miscellaneous ships of the UEE Navy, which is all of the ships that didn't quite fit into the categories, and then also the ships which haven't been confirmed to be part of the UEE Navy, or were confirmed and I forgot to add them, like the A2, but have heavily implied that they are, like the 600I, the G12, the 325A, those sorts of things. They're basically the Invictus Week ones. So. Not often do I get to watch Office Hours because of my time zone. It was a pleasure. Thank you for coming on. Yeah, because it's super late there, isn't it, Chris? Like, it's probably like almost midnight. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. I will see you all tomorrow for some Dune Awakening. I'm going to be playing with Loken. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday.